Tradoon. Tradoon.
Girder. Girder.
Tradoon.
Glue is cheap.
ontogeny. Location unknown.
Charter 373. This is Commander Mills. My ship was hit by an undocumented asteroid. Send help.
We've crash landed on an uncharted celestial body.
Location unknown.
The atmosphere is breathable.
There's something alien out there.
You need to be quiet and move.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Friday to you. Also, if it happens to be Friday, where and when you are watching this. Hello, everybody in chat. I hope you're doing well. It's good to have you here live. For everybody who's watching after the fact, in the VOD or on YouTube, I'm glad you're here too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. For anybody who might be here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick, shall I? My name is Danny Anduza. And I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm streaming here on Twitch, trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So talking about fossils, talking about natural history, talking about how paleontologists do our work, why it matters. So as a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I publish on in the scientific literature and what I talk about here during the week on Twitch. What I dig up during the summers, too. Just got back from fieldwork in Utah a little while ago, and it was awesome to be able to stream that. Be able to show you firsthand how we excavate fossils in the field, how we collect data, and, how all that stuff works. Anyway, on today's broadcast, we're going to be talking about some fossil news. We've got another brand new dinosaur just published. Very excited to talk to you about that. A new big theropod dinosaur from Europe. An abelisaur. What was that right there? Maybe a little willow. Thank you for the 2 months of support. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, and we'll be doing a ton of Q&A as well. So, don't be shy with those questions, everybody. If you've got questions about dinosaurs specifically, or more broadly about the history of life on Earth, about extinction or evolution, or
serious game of paleontology.
Or the global and serious game of paleontology, don't hesitate with those questions. This is an interactive broadcast. This is supposed to be a give and take, a heart-to-heart. Let's talk about natural history. Let's talk about our place in the universe and how we can learn more about that through studying Earth's ancient past. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm glad you're here. Today also happens to be the 145th anniversary of the publication of Camarasaurus, too. Good old Camarasaurus right here, the most common dinosaur in the late Jurassic Morrison Formation. We're going to talk about Camarasaurus, too. Anyway, Steely Dan says, love the Saurischian pelvis on the wall. Thank you, Steely Dan. Yes, indeed. That is from, I believe, Sarcosaurus? Yeah. Good eyes there. Good eyes. Let's see who else is here in the chat. Claire Burt, how are you doing, Claire? Welcome. Good to have you here. Jeju, One Winged Zero, Reika Dactylus, how are you, Reiko? Matt M33, good to see you too. Jody Fish, howdy howdy. I saw Kodali way up at the top too. How are you doing, Kodali? Welcome, welcome. Danish Viking, hello, hello. 65 streams, that's a lot. A Little Willow, thank you again for resubscribing. I appreciate that support. That's the only reason I can do this. Why I can broadcast at all is due to your support, the support of those like you, so thank you for that. Grim Deviant and Hugh, Pyro Kitty, and Golganek. How are you, Golganek? Chem Jane and Racodactylus. I already said hello to you, Racodactylus, but hello again.
Dirter.
Ball Machine. And I Meta. And it's Chem Janet. Did I say Chem Jane? Chem Janet. I'm glad you're here. Sorry. Neilf and Pujil. Thing 1 of 2, how are you doing? And how's Luigi? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you both here. Meat Popsicle, how are you doing? Gross name. Howdy, howdy. Denjoga and Hugin. And Gloom Knives, hello to you too. How are you? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Dramignified. Howdy, howdy. Captain Pugwash, glad you could be here. Green Users says, can we see the skull print that you made yesterday, please? We can. I can even clean it up a little bit on stream if you'd like to see that. Yeah. I'm in the middle of another 3D print currently. We can talk about that as well in a little bit. And I've ever found a Pteranodon skeleton. I have not, did you? I've not worked in those particular rocks. So Pteranodon is from the late Cretaceous of, like, the central United States. Kansas and Nebraska. The remains of the western interior seaway. And I've never actually worked those rocks before, so... never found any Pteranodon. Matilson says, what was the path you took for schooling to become a paleontologist? I would also like to work in the field. I'm planning to get a degree in geology. Matillison, is that how I say your name? Correct me if I'm not saying it correctly. I'm so glad you asked. Shoot. Let me get to that in a minute. Let me say hello to everybody else here, and we'll get into that, because I'll get very distracted giving you your answer. Niffler, hello, hello. Miss Capri Kel, how are you doing? Science Streams Balint, I hope you're doing well. And Gloom Knives said, I read somewhere that there's more time between a Tyrannosaurus and a Spinosaurus than Tyrannosaurus and a human. No, it's not Spinosaurus, it's Stegosaurus, probably is what you heard. That's correct. Spinosaurus is from, you know, like the middle of the Cretaceous period, basically, and Tyrannosaurus is from the end. There we go. A linear time here. So we're right here at the, you know, top of the Cenozoic era, 0 million years ago. Tyrannosaurus lived at the end of the Cretaceous, from about 68 to about 66 million years ago. Well, from about 68 to almost exactly 66. That's when they went extinct, when that asteroid hit. Spinosaurus is from the Cenomanian. So, yeah, from about 100 million years ago, give or take. Spinosaurus is around there. Stegosaurus is the one that you were thinking of, I betcha. The Stegosaurus is from the late Jurassic. From like the Kimmeridgian and Tithonian, it seems. The Morrison Formation. The same formation that Camarasaurus is from. But yes, it is true that that Stegosaurus and Tyrannosaurus have more time separating them than there is time separating us from Tyrannosaurus. You might be familiar with kind of this pastiche. Anybody who's ever been to Disneyland might remember this. But this classic image of a Tyrannosaurus and a Stegosaurus fighting each other, that's never happened. There's 70 million years separating these two dinosaurs. It would be less chronologically incorrect if you had the Tyrannosaurus menacing great moments with Mr. Lincoln. Because yes, Tyrannosaurus is closer in time to Abe Lincoln and to you and me and Twitch.tv than it is to Stegosaurus. Gives you some sense for how long the age of dinosaurs was. Anyway, hope that makes sense. But yeah. Happy Friday to you too, MS Coggins. Soraphaginax, how are you doing? Yeah. There was a movie reference from The Fifth Element. Oh, gotcha. Popsicle. Okay. It's been a long time since I've seen that. But yeah, iconic song. Hello to you, DM Wing. Howdy, howdy. Regbach. Hello, hello. Cast the Dreamer. Howdy, howdy.
What you're doing?
Let's get to your question there. Matt Tileson. My best piece of advice that I can give anybody who wants to become a paleontologist is to spend time with paleontologists. If you're already going to be going to school, like to university, then take as many geology and as many biology classes as you can. Paleontology is basically a mixture of geology and biology. We're studying the preserved remains of ancient living things. So, geology for the rocks, the preservation and everything. Biology for interpreting everything biological about the fossils that you find. Paleontology is, you can think of it in some ways as kind of a marriage of those two sciences. Geology and biology. And some schools have an excellent geology program, some schools have a better biology program. Play to your strengths. Take as many classes in both of those as you can. But arguably more important than that, much more important in my opinion, is to spend time with paleontologists. If you can get yourself into a museum somehow. If there is a museum near where you live, if there's one at the university, if there's anything like that nearby, go spend time in that museum. See if you can actually work there. Either as a volunteer or as a paid gig. And I don't necessarily mean you get a job as a museum curator. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you don't have the financial wherewithal to volunteer in a place like that, but you could maybe snag a job as a custodian there, or working the front desk, or the gift shop, or whatever, you'll be there in the museum. And you'll have an opportunity to hang out with scientists. And that's extraordinarily important. Like many, many things, paleontology is very much about who you know. Sometimes more so than what you know. You can put yourself where the action is. That'll give you a big head start. That's how I got my start. Back in high school. I was lucky enough to be able to volunteer at the University of California Museum of Paleontology. Here's me in high school, working on the Tyrannosaurus skeleton, just outside the museum collections. It was at UCMP at Berkeley that I started to learn how to be a paleontologist. You know, having conversations with fossil scientists, working in the collections, cleaning fossils, assisting with research, just kind of learning what it's all about firsthand, you know? Not beyond what you can read in a book or even in a scientific paper, just being able to hang out with other with fossil scientists to the point where, you know, you can kind of see what it's all about. That's really important. So that's the best piece of advice I can give you, is get yourself into a museum, however you can. I hope that helps. Planning to go to EWU in Washington for my 4-year and then go from there. Very nice. Eastern Washington University? Very nice. There's the Burke Museum in Seattle. That's probably pretty far from EWU, but if you could, yeah, if there's a chance you can work at the Burke Museum, or I don't know, maybe that'll be something that comes after you get your 4-year degree. But yeah. But yeah, Gloom9 says, I would have loved to be a paleontologist, but I suck at math. I do too. Chemistry and physics. Yeah, I do also. I'm terrible at that. There are many, many ways to be a paleontologist, and they don't all require a lot of knowledge of mathematics or skills in chemistry or anything like that. if you can be trained to think like a scientist, then you can do paleontology. Yeah. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Golganek, thank you for the 30 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And good stuff. And, oh, Clipper, thank you for reposting that from Gay Hibiscus. The fossil from yesterday was found in a country not very well known to most Westerners. Kyrgyzstan, yes. Were many Kyrgyzstani professionals involved? Yes. Yeah, and the fossil hopefully will go on display in the museum in Bishkek. And are countries outside of Europe and North America leading more and more digs? Absolutely, yes. Yeah. I know China and Brazil are, especially China. But there's so many other countries outside of those two.
One of the most remarkable animals that have ever existed.
Cosmological Kev.
And certainly one of the most
for the
famous
3 months of support.
Is a dinosaur.
Appreciate that.
I thought this sub has already been shown.
I don't know. Anyway, thank you for the ongoing support, Kev. I appreciate it. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, so Hibiscus, there's... This is actually something I'm kind of presenting on at SVP this year, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. It's going to be in Minneapolis this year, at the end of October. There are a number of different countries outside of the US and Canada and the UK and Germany, etc. There's a number of countries outside of kind of that sphere where they do have some pretty impressive programs. A lot of these are fairly new, but yeah, this program in Kyrgyzstan, they are definitely on the ascent, which is exciting.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because by the law of the draw,
Steely Dan,
dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Thank you for the 11 months of support, Steely Dan. It is. Yeah. And Sinful Highman, thank you.
America loses them forever.
Thank you very much for that recurring subscription. I really appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And Tiny Toxic Tofu, well. How are you doing? And how was your stream? Tofu, I hope it was wonderful. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. If anybody's not yet following Tiny Toxic Tofu, she is another working research scientist. She works in physics. I hope your stream was wonderful, Tofu. It is great to have you here. Holy cow.
Tiny Toxic Tofu is bringing the beat along with their 118 raiders.
Extraordinary raid. I appreciate that, Tofu. Welcome, everybody. Shoot, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, as you could probably guess, looking at my office here. And this is how I do science outreach. At least when I'm here in my office. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, I present on them at scientific conferences, and I dig up dinosaurs during the summer. Just got back from the field a couple weeks ago, where I was out digging dinosaurs in Utah, and before that, Wyoming. We have at least 3 new species we were digging up this summer. Very excited about that. And check out the VODs if you'd like to see some of that stuff. Because I streamed pretty much every day from Utah for 3 weeks. So 21 days worth of streams. And then in Wyoming, it was nearly every day too. That was almost 30 streams. Last Europa Kiss, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Anyway, if any of you are interested in science here on Twitch, anybody who was here before the raid, make sure you follow Tiny Toxic Tofu. Her streams are wonderful. I just caught a glimpse of this yesterday, I think it was. But Tofu was dressed up as Albert Einstein. It was pretty funny, actually. Yeah, go follow her and check out her channel. Take a look at that VOD. Any more digs this year? Maybe, Dr. Morbius? We'll see. Maybe. I've got some projects coming up here in the Bay Area, actually. And I may or may not be able to stream those sometime soon. So we'll see. We'll see about that. Yeah. Anyway, let me see. Tofu says I was. Yes. I need to check that out. But thank you, Lab Rats, for joining us, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Georgie Fish says, did your projects early this week pan out? To a certain extent, yeah. I'm still waiting on the go-ahead to be able to talk about that. But yeah. Anyway, we've got a bunch of cool new people here, and I think a lot of them might benefit from a quick visit from previously recorded Danny to talk about who I am, what a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch in the first place, all that stuff. So without further ado, we're going to bring him on. He's walking up behind me right now. So, yeah, you're in good hands with previously recorded Danny. Previously recorded Danny, take it away.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies, and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada. But most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, in the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
All right, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach, and I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful.
So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. I really appreciate that. I appreciate, honestly, even more, that raid from Tiny Toxic Tofu. Welcome, everybody, and let me know if you've got any questions. Again, that video is a little bit on the antique side at this point. I made that back in 2020. Lots changed since then. Got partner here on Twitch, went full time. I've done a ton of fieldwork and live streamed a ton of it since then. And yeah, we're doing exciting stuff here. I'm glad you're here too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. On today's broadcast, we're going to be talking about Camarasaurus a little bit, because it was on this very day, 145 years ago, that Camarasaurus was first published on. We'll talk about why this dinosaur is important, and we'll also talk about another brand new dinosaur just published this week. We had a brand new dinosaur yesterday to discuss, and now we've got another one. So we'll talk about that too. Anyway, yeah. What dinosaurs lay in the California redwood forest? Redwood forests are far too new for that, Jeju. Yeah, Jeju, when dinosaurs were walking around in North America, California was mostly underwater. I'll show you. Let's go back to, say, 90 million years ago. Sea levels were a lot higher back then. There's much less ice on Earth. And this is what California looked like. So, the San Francisco Bay Area, underwater at the time, along with much of California. There are a few dinosaur fossils that are known from California, but they tend to be bloat-and floats. Aletopelta is a good example. So this is an ankylosaur we have from down near San Diego, if memory serves. And it was found in ocean bottom strata. So this dinosaur had washed out to sea before being buried. That's why its skeleton is all covered with fossil oysters. It had become like an artificial reef. You can see the oysters on there, actually. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. Yeah, and what is Aletopelta is this critter, Claiber?
Yeah. I'll give you a link. Yeah. And then our other dinosaur that's been named from California, or their non-avian dinosaur, I hasten to add, is Augustinophus. Augustinophus. There we go. From the Moreno Formation. It's a Saurolophus-like hadrosaur. Yeah. It was once classified as Saurolophus, actually, and maybe should still be, but anyway, it's another bloat and float, so another one of these dinosaurs that it died, its carcass got washed out to sea, and then it sank to the bottom. It was bloated and floated, and then ceased to float, sank, and was buried on the ocean bottom. You know, back in the Cretaceous period. And holy cow, Hoot House live stream. Well, well, well.
A dinosaur? What?
What?
Live stream and their 104 raiders don't know what they're in for.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, Hoot House. I hope you had a wonderful stream. How are all the birds doing? I hope everybody has been having a lovely Friday. Welcome to Paleontologizing. For anybody who's new, let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I work on dinosaurs. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaurs. I publish on them in the scientific literature. I dig dinosaurs up, like I was doing this summer. Just got back from the field a couple weeks ago. And now I'm back in my office, and we're talking about fossil news. We've got a brand new dinosaur to discuss today. We might do that sooner rather than later, and then we'll also talk about Camarasaurus if we've got some time, because today happens to be the 145th anniversary of the publication of Camarasaurus. So yeah. Anyway, it's wonderful to have you here. And 3 babies are doing well, starting to fly around. That is super exciting, Hoot House. Excellent. Very, very cool. Anyway, if anybody who was here before the raid is not aware of Hoot House livestream, you should change that.
This quarry has provided scientists with many dramatic fossil discoveries.
Lovely Lace, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Hoot House livestream is kind of exactly what you'd imagine. Or what you'd hope for if you're somebody like me. It is a live Twitch channel with a bunch of cameras trained on nests of birds of prey, on a family of barn owls, and also red-tailed hawks. You get to watch these parent birds lay their eggs, watch the eggs hatch, watch them raise their young, and then eventually fledge. You can make, you know, say your tearful goodbyes as they go off to go live their own lives and find their own habitats. It's pretty cool. Go check out Hoot House livestream if you've not yet done that. It is honestly one of the coolest channels here on Twitch. I'm not exaggerating. It's awesome. So check it out. And a great horned owl visits now and then. Uh-oh. That's... I know they're kind of notorious for eating nestlings of other birds. So I hope they're peaceful visits. Miss Capri. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Good stuff. If anybody's got any questions, anybody who just waltzed in, don't hesitate to ask. The whole point of these broadcasts is for me to be able to do science outreach, you know, to walk you through the scientific process, talk about fossil science and why it's important, why it's relevant to your everyday life. Don't be shy with those questions. A platform like Twitch allows us to be able to do a live Q&A and have it be interactive and entertaining, and don't pass up the opportunity. I want your questions if you've got them. And
Take 'em away downtown, walking fast.
just soon, thank you for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. And Hibiscus says Ledipelta is a basal ankylosaurid. It's actually kind of disputed. Jim Kirkland suspects it's probably an ankylosaurid. Other people have suggested it's a notosaurid. We're not exactly sure what kind of ankylosaurid is. honestly, that specimen needs to be better prepared.
We have much to learn about the age of reptiles.
Kim Chris, thank you for following. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Not sure I got here, but I'm happy I did. I'm glad you're here too, Kim Chris. Hello, hello. So this is the holotype specimen at the San Diego Natural History Museum, and it's not been fully prepped. There's still a bunch of matrix on here, a bunch of rock, waiting to be removed. So hopefully we can get some, see more of the morphology and get a better sense for what's going on with this critter. Yeah, pretty cool. And let's see. And were there any prehistoric redwood forests? Not in California? There certainly were. Pyrokitty, yeah. Yeah. Redwoods like Metasequoia. So this is a member of the redwood family that's still around today. And fossils of these go back to at least the Cretaceous, to the age of dinosaurs. We've got fossils from this same genus from the age of dinosaurs. So we know that there were redwood forests back then. And famously, here. There we go.
The dinosaurs had not died, perhaps in some catastrophe. No reason to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the Earth.
MO123, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. There, the redwood forests of California were famously used as setting in the second Walking with Dinosaurs episode, called Time of the Titans. Look at those redwoods. Yeah. That's Diplodocus. Yeah, and I just got done printing a Diplodocus skull. Let me grab that and I'll show you. I'm still proud of this. We were assembling this just the other day. There we go. Yeah. Good stuff. This is the skull of Dippy, the Diplodocus. If you're from the UK, you're probably familiar with Dippy, I would imagine. The most famous dinosaur in Great Britain. Famous individual dinosaur specimen, I should say. But there's her skull. Just got done 3D printing this, and oh, and here's that chunk that I finished printing yesterday, because we'd run out of filament prior to that. And then, a nice little plug there. Anyway, yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, yeah. And we had a question about fossil insects too, didn't we? From Nobarum. How much insect fossils do you normally find on a season's digging? I found precisely 0 this year, I think. Normally in the sorts of places where I'm digging for dinosaur fossils, those are not typically the same environments in which you find insect fossils. It's like a different mode of preservation. The sort of environment that's going to preserve bones is not necessarily going to preserve, you know, insects, but sometimes you might find insect burrows. That does happen occasionally. If an insect digs a burrow and then that burrow gets filled with a different kind of sediment, then that burrow can be preserved as a fossil. Likewise, a lot of the evidence that we have for what insects were around at certain times in certain places are from bite marks. So by studying fossil leaves and looking at the morphology of the bite marks left by herbivorous insects, We can sometimes figure out what kinds of insects were living at a given time and place. The insect bodies themselves are often not preserved, but sometimes it's easier to preserve the fossil plants. And then you can get kind of a nice roll call of like, oh, okay, here's these kinds of insects in this environment because they leave these kinds of traces on the leaves. That kind of thing. I've got a friend who's originally from Korea who works on that. That's one of his specialties down the road from me in Berkeley. It's pretty cool stuff. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah. And how can you guys learn how a dinosaur sounded? Asked Nobarum. We often can't. Sound has a tendency to, not fossilize very well. However, occasionally we can figure stuff out if we've got some sort of vocal apparatus that is preserved. I'll show you an example. This is a classic one.
The University of California, Berkeley.
Oh yeah, this is just down the road from me here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. I spent a lot of time in Berkeley. And anyway, I've got some specimens work to do there this upcoming fall, so excited about that. Anywho, let's continue.
Paleontologist David Weishempel of the Johns Hopkins University has come to study a remarkable fossil that may provide clues to possible dinosaur communication. The animal was Parasaurolophus. It had a strange, elongated crest on its head. For a long time, scientists pondered over its purpose.
Some scientists early on thought that because, say in this Parasaurolophus, the crest projects behind the head, well, because they're hollow, they were used as air storage chambers, say for underwater feeding. Other scientists have thought it was used as a...
I don't know what that light thing was, but yeah.
There's no hole at the end. Another idea was that the crest was used to cool the brain. It's hollow and very close to the brain inside the skull. But there are other animals that lived at the same time that didn't have these sorts of things, and yet they survived. So it's hardly likely that the crests were used specifically to cool the brain.
The puzzle intrigued Weishempel. He decided to investigate by slicing open one of the fossil heads to expose the inside of the crested chamber.
Sure enough, it's hollow in there.
So what I found was, say this is a skull, and you're looking at a cutaway of the crest, and that it's hollow from the base of the crest down here up through the tip of the crest. The crest is hollow. There's a passageway along all the way to the end of the crest. Sharp U-bend here. And then it continues along above itself all the way out to the nostrils. So if we position a vocal organ, some sort of sound generator in the throat here that produces some sound, that sound is forced through the back of the throat, past the back of the palate, up into the crest, along the entire length of the crest, then scoots around here at the U-bend, comes along here, and the sound is emitted into the environment at the level of the nostrils, and then it's out. An animal as bizarre as Parasaurolophus really called for kind of a creative approach. So what I did was go down to the local hardware store, get some PVC tubing, got some small bits to fit on the end to make that real sharp U-bend at the end of the crest, fashioned myself kind of a creative little mouthpiece where the vocal organ is. And when I was done, what I got was, believe it or not, this model. But actually, this is
pretty cool.
Just about the size and shape of the crest of these rather bizarre animals. And what you'll be hearing next is the sounds that these dinosaurs made some 75 million years ago.
Dirter. And now, A hadrosaur minuet in G.
Oh boy. Good stuff. And so, Salamander was wondering if this experiment's been replicated with different materials.
Members of the crested hadrosaur family. Perhaps
the answer is yes,
were capable of producing,
but I don't have video of those. Yeah, anywho. Good stuff. Here, I'll give you a link to that, if you'd like to see. Yeah. But yeah, that's Parasaurolophus, which, I'll show you a more updated reconstruction. Of this critter. That's a better one right there. Yeah. Parasaurolophus. Pretty cool critter. And there's a number of different duckbill dinosaurs, a number of different lamiosaurs like this with these big elaborate crests on their heads. There we go. Corythosaurus, Hypacrosaurus, Lamiosaurus. Got Parasaurolophus up there at the top. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different dinosaurs like this, all with different shaped crests, which would have made different sounds. Some of these are contemporaneous. They lived in the same time in the same place. Some of these lived at other times. So, yeah, it's not like they all coexisted in the same time in the same place. But yeah, anyway. And what is this right here? Let's take a look at this with Larry Whitmer. Oh, very cool. Yeah, so this is a nice scan of two different Lamiosaurus individuals, a younger one and a slightly older one. These are both still skeletally immature, but this shows the passageways within the crest, those hollow spaces that would have allowed air to pass through and would have allowed these animals to make interesting vocalizations like that. These are like resonating chambers, you know? Very cool stuff. And if a specimen is well preserved enough, you can CT scan it like this, figure out what's going on inside. Pretty neat. Yeah. Anyway, hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? Yeah. Well, well, well. What's going on in our cat cam, sweetie pie? Oh. Yeah, thanks for coming to say hello. How are you doing? There's a sweetie pie right here. She's one of my landlords where I live. I'm lucky that she allows me to live here. Here she's pushing the camera around. Man, why do the cats love to do that? If there's a camera, they're like, let's push it around. Yeah. Oh, sweetie pie. Can I brush you a little bit? You've got a lot of hair, and I think you could use some brushing. What do you think? There we go. There we are. Yeah. Good stuff. Look at all that hair. My goodness. It'll be like 5 pounds lighter after this, sweetie pie. Very nice.
tail especially is just full of excess hair. How does it get like that? Huh? How does it get like that? Would you like some treats? What do you think of that prospect? You like that idea? There you go. 5 of them. 6 of them. What are you going to do with all of them? You eat all of them? Oh, good stuff. I hope you're enjoying the feline interlude here, chat. But you've got to pay those landlords. Huh, sweetie pie? Yeah. Hope you're enjoying those treats. They're supposed to be good for your teeth. Crunchy, crunchy. There you go. Anywho, you get the idea. Yeah, if you've got any other questions, let me know, chat. Good stuff. And dinosaurs and cats are my 2 favorite things. What else could I ask for? Well, Gloom Knives, you're gonna have a great time here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. I think this is your kind of channel. And have you seen the Dead Sound paleo videos? Are those the, And hello, Mommy Does. Are those those animated shorts? Because if so, yes. Absolutely. Here. Yeah, this is beautiful stuff. Holy cow. Here, take a look. So this is Lambeosaurus, which is a relative of Parasaurolophus, member of the same subfamily, Lambeosaurinae. Very nice, Gloom Knives. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, there's Parasaurolophus right here. Yeah. So this is all from an independent animator. Not from a studio or anything. This is the work of mostly one guy, I think. Pretty impressive. So this is what, the Dinosaur Park formation, I think? We've got Lambeosaurus and we've got Parasaurolophus. These two did live at the same time in the same place. One thing I would disagree with here, the sexual dimorphism between, presumably this is supposed to be a male and this is supposed to be a female. We don't actually have evidence of that, of there being like differences in the crest morphology between these two. It seems like there's a lot of difference in ontogeny, a lot of difference in, you know, like growth stages, but we don't see like strong male-female differences in any dinosaurs in terms of their skeletal morphology, including crests.
ontogeny.
Lovely ankylosaurs here too. Oh, these are so nice. Are those Diaplosaurus or Anodontosaurus? Got a Chasmosaurus right there. That's Chasmosaurus belli. It is stunning, isn't it? Beautiful work. Really lovely. We don't know about that, no. Frankly, that's not known for a lot of modern animals, let alone extinct animals like non-avian dinosaurs. All this wordless storytelling. Superb. This is excellent stuff. Here's a link. Absolutely go follow this channel on YouTube. Was it David James Armsby? David James Armsby. That's the name of the animator. Exquisite.
Hello, this is David, and thank you very much for watching my film. Special thanks to all of my top Patreon supporters on screen right now. They are the reason that I can make this series. I also made a behind-the-scenes video covering the artwork.
It's also very cool. You should check that out.
Here's
something stranger than science fiction.
Goodness.
Prehistoric fact.
And Caffeine Enthusiast, thank you for the follow.
And how I animate this series, which is available to watch as well, if you're interested. Bye, guys.
Good stuff. Excellent. And yep, Dinosaur Dave, absolutely. Anyway, good stuff. There are, I think, 6 of these? 5 or 6 of them? Here we go. The whole series is called The Dinosauria. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 short films right here. All beautiful, like you just saw. So here's a link to that playlist right there. Check it out. Anyway. It just goes to show in the right hands, dinosaurs can provoke such emotions in us. It's kind of incredible. Think about what, you know, a major Hollywood studio could do with material like this. It kind of shows the artistic emptiness and just lack of imagination in major movie studios, honestly, that there isn't something like this. Anyway, yeah. Haven't screwed up exactly, DM Wing, yeah. The slop that they produce instead. That was one guy who made that, you know? Pretty incredible. Yeah. But yeah. And Zaxxonov says movies always show carnivores always in attack mode. Yeah. It's a little tiresome, honestly. Something like this is not just more true to life, but much more engrossing, much more interesting. Anywho, let's see. Scrolling up, somebody had a question about... Yeah, Ricky WSF says a predator like that would eat that much how often? So we've got several lines of evidence that show us that big predatory dinosaurs like that, like Gorgosaurus, would have had elevated metabolisms. So these were, for lack of a better term, warm-blooded animals. So they would have had to eat fairly often. A big meal like that might last them a week, or maybe less. We also have evidence that some of these guys were gregarious, too. And so they would have lived in groups. Maybe hunted in groups as well. So, yeah. But the point is, they ate a lot of food, and they ate it fairly often. Because they had kind of mammalian-style metabolisms, or probably more accurately, avian-style metabolisms. They would have been eating like a bird, you know? Contrary to popular belief, eating like a bird doesn't mean eating very little. It means eating a tremendous amount fairly often. You know, a hummingbird can eat its own weight in food, what, like 3 times a day? Something like that? How much does hummingbird eat in a day? Let's look for a reputable source here. From birdspot.co.uk. That's probably okay. Let me see if we can find a better source. Where do hummingbirds get all that energy? A lifestyle like theirs can only be matched by multiple sugar highs. Yeah. When scaled the size of a human, a hummingbird can eat the equivalent of 155,000 calories a day. If the birds were any smaller, it would be physically impossible for them to eat enough to stay alive. Pretty cool. Yeah. That's pretty neat. So yeah, what would be the equivalent of 155,000 calories? See how many calories there are in a Big Mac from McDonald's. 563. So, um, 155 1,000 divided by 563, that'd be the equivalent of you eating 275.3 Big Macs a day. That's pretty incredible. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Hummingbirds are kind of on the extreme end of that spectrum. They've got extraordinary metabolisms, but a big dinosaur like Gorgosaurus, big meat-eating dinosaur like this, well, they wouldn't have eaten quite that many calories. Like, you know, their metabolism isn't quite that crazy. They're probably eating at least a couple 100 pounds of meat. I was gonna say per day, but I don't know. I'm not a math guy, you know? Suffice to say, it's a tremendous amount of food that they'd be eating all the time with the elevated metabolisms that they had. Yeah, a lot of Big Macs, says Pinhal. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Oh yeah. Anywho, with that having been said, we've got a brand new meat-eating dinosaur to talk about. Would you like to get into that, chat? Give me a 2 in the chat if you'd like to hear about our brand new meat-eating dinosaur just published this week. Pretty excited about that. All right. Let's get into it. Let's start off with, with some fossil news here. Fossil news today, a brand new theropod dinosaur from France. This is so new that it's not even made popular press yet. I've been not able to find a single mention of this anywhere in the news. There you go. Google News, there are no items to show. But here's the paper. It is entitled Caledondraca cotardi, a new Furilosaurian, that's a kind of a bellisaurid, from the Cenomanian shock of Normandy. So it's from about the same time as Spinosaurus, like we were talking about earlier today. Let's take a look at the paper, because, thank goodness, it is open access. There we go.
Access granted.
Beautiful. No paywall at all for this. In the journal Fossil Studies, which is a newer journal. I think this may have been one of the ones that Jim Kirkland was recommending to me a couple weeks ago when we were out in the field together. We've got a paper on ankylosaurs that we're working on, and he suggested this as a journal for that. Might be pursuing that. And you live in Normandy. Very cool, Tomek. Well, well, well. Brand new dinosaur from your country. So let's take a look at the abstract right here. And first, let me preface this by saying that this is a scientific paper. When maybe sometimes you hear about, on the news, a new scientific study, suggests this or that, or, scientists are now claiming blah, blah, blah in a new publication. This is one of those publications. When you hear about a new study, that's usually a paper in a scientific journal. And this is one of those. And holy cow, Zintaus! 20 gift subs right there. Holy cow, Zin. I really appreciate that.
I'll play with a dinosaur.
Really appreciate that, Zintaus. Thank you, thank you. There are 20 people now who won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days, thanks to you, Zen. Really appreciate your generosity. I really, really do. Thank you for that. Look how close we are to our sub goal now for the week. 73 out of 100? There's a chance we might make it. That's excellent. Zen says, carry on. Appreciate you, Zen. Thank you, thank you. I know those other 20 chatters really appreciate you, too. Beautiful. Thank you. Zen for the win indeed. Anyway, behold a scientific paper. Most people in their daily lives, they never encounter this, you know? Most people might go their entire lives without reading a scientific paper, without laying eyes on that. But I think it's important to be able to share that with the general public, with everybody, you know? This is how we communicate our work to other scientists. There's kind of a saying in the sciences that, you know, unless something is published, it might as well not exist, you know? This is what makes it real. This is what makes it part of science. If it's in a peer-reviewed scientific journal, you know.
Look, you don't have time to put dinosaurs in your dinosaur movie.
Georgie boy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Oui, indeed, son of Austerlitz, yeah. But yeah, good stuff. And Ken, how are you doing? Hello, Paleo Ken. I hope you've been having a good week. It's good to have you here. There's our second new dinosaur of this week, just published. This one from France. I'm looking at a soundbite. What movie is that from? Gentlemen, next up, Normandy. It's from Normandy. Let's take a look at the abstract. This is like a short summary of the paper. Think of it like a movie trailer that also gives away the ending of the movie. That's what the abstract is. As scientists, we read a lot of abstracts, pretty much every day. If the abstract is interesting enough, you know, if you're intrigued enough, you might read the whole paper after that. But this really gives you the gist. It gives you a good sense for what the paper is about and what the findings are. So it goes like this. An articulated group of skeletal elements, so it's, you know, bones that are in articulation, in life position, comprising a sacrum, it's like the vertebrae within the hips, both ilia, upper hip bones, and a first caudal vertebra, so that's from the base of the tail, one of the vertebrae in there, plus an isolated tooth found in immediate proximity to the bones, from the lower Cenomanian chalk at Saint-Jean-Bruneval, Seine-Maritime, Normandy, France. I don't speak French, so my best here. Is described and attributed to a new genus and species, brand new dinosaur, of a bellisaurid theropod, Caletodraco cotarta. It's our new genus and species. On the basis of several characters of the sacrum and pelvis. So there are certain parts of the hip that seem distinct from all other dinosaurs that have ever been discovered before. They're going to claim some metapomorphies in here, some unique characteristics that make this dinosaur distinct, make it a new dinosaur. The peculiar shape of the transverse process of the first caudal vertebra shows that Caletodraco cotarta differs from Majungasaurine abelisaurids, previously described from Europe, such as Acrovenator, and belongs to the Furiliosauria, a group of derived abelisaurids hitherto recognized only from South America. Really? Presence of a Furilosaurian abelisaurid from the Cenomania of Normandy suggests the biogeographical history of abelisauridae in Europe was more complex than hitherto admitted. Interesting. Several previously described European abelisaurids, such as the Albion Genusaurus, may in fact belong to the Furilosauria. That's really interesting. So this is something that happens when we discover new fossils, is sometimes they can help us to reinterpret old ones. And that's what they're claiming here. They're saying, like, shoot, it could be these things that were thought to be Majungasaurine abelisaurids might be Furilosaurine instead. Huh. Yeah. Zintao says, could they be migratory dinosaurs? That's a good question. We do know that this group, the Abelisauridae, and long-time viewers of yesterday's broadcast might remember these guys. We talked about them yesterday when we were talking about Carnotaurus and Thanos. These are abelisaurs. They tend to have long, leggy legs, very short, not very army arms, and kind of short snouts. This is Majungasaurus right here, from Madagascar. Oh, and by the way, it happens to be the same dinosaur I'm 3D printing right now. This is the Majungasaurus lower jaw, the tip of the lower jaw. You see the teeth start to emerge later in the broadcast as the print continues. But yeah, I'm printing the skull of Majungasaurus right here. That's the chin that the printer head is approaching right now. That's on the chin. There you go. Yeah. Anywho, Majungasaurus. That's another member of this group, the Abelisauridae. These guys are mostly known, like they're associated with South America. They've been found on other southern continents as well, and also Europe. They tend to have very stubby arms. And, yeah. Anyway. Our new guy is one of these. Caletodraco. And would they have split with the continental drift or wrong time period? Hugh, let's talk about that. Yeah. So let's go to the Cenomanian. That's going to be about 105 million years ago. That'll work. So we've got a bunch of these guys that are known from South America. Our new one is from Normandy in France. So that's going to be right about here. So during the beginning of the late Cretaceous, let's go to 90 million years ago. There we go. This is slightly after this dinosaur existed. But Europe is kind of an archipelago of islands in this kind of warm, shallow sea like this. Here, I can probably show you a clip. This is going to be from the Jurassic, but it still gets the point across. Too loud. Sorry. Part 2. Let's try part 1. Here we go. Oxfordshire, 149 million BC. This is still true in the Cretaceous. And how shallow is this sea? Less than 1,000 feet deep, probably. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. This is a rough approximation of what Europe would have looked like at the time. So, largely underwater. Got these archipelagos of islands like this. And, we know that we've got these dinosaurs from South America. We've got a Belosaurus from there, and from Africa as well, and also from Europe. They don't seem to make it into North America. But, yeah. Anyway. Let's dive into the paper here. Let's see if we can take a look at... Oh, there we go. What a lovely field area. This is gorgeous. The chalk cliffs at the Saint-Jouin-Bruneval, where the holotype specimen of Caletodraco was discovered by Mr. Nicolas Cotard. This is named after him, by the way. Caletodraco cotardi is named after Nicolas Cotard. So he discovered this dinosaur, and apparently donated it to the local museum, and they named it after him. Very cool. And that is the site right there. Very cool. Excellent. We've actually got good strat on this. Specimen can apparently be referred to the C3 sequence corresponding to the Mantelliceras dixoni zone of the lower Cenomanian glauconitic chalk. So lower Cenomanian would be... Here's the Cretaceous period. Berriasian, Valanginian, Hoderivian, Barremian, Aptian, Albian, Cenomanian from this stage here. Did they say lower Cenomanian? I just said it a second ago. Lower Cenomanian. That's going to be from about 95 million years ago. Right in here. Very nice. Whoop. And holy cow, Jack's Facts. Thank you for the raid. Well, well, well. Call back there. I'm just talking about Parasaurolophus
Jack's
earlier.
Facts has a new sound for their 4 listeners.
Jack's Facts, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I hope it was real good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. What were you talking about today? Let me know. We're talking about a brand new dinosaur. Just described. Just published this week. Caletodraca cotardi from Normandy in France. So we're going through the paper right now. And this is from marine strata, which is interesting. The nearest land area where the dinosaur described below probably lived must have been the Armorican Massif, about 100 kilometers to the southwest. The dinosaur specimen must have somehow been carried out to sea, possibly by a stream, after which it must have floated over a fairly long distance until it sank to the bottom. We've got a term for this. We call it bloat and float. We'll do a brief detour talk about that too. And Jack's Facts is we just interviewed an Italian paleontologist. And that was Dyson Dinosaur. That is wonderful. Filippo Bertozzo interviewed on Jack's Facts. I'm going to have to check out that VOD. Very, very cool. Jack's Facts and Dyson Dinosaur. I hope it went really well. Awesome. And thank you for bringing your viewers here. It's great to have you. Good stuff. Oh, but the internet died and my OBS audio stopped working. I'm sorry about that, Jack's Facts. Shoot. Well, sometimes that happens. It's the perils of a live broadcast, you know? Hopefully those issues are resolved in the future. We will continue next week because of OBS difficulties. Okay, gotcha. Well, I'll be able to tune in then. Very cool. Yeah. Still worth a watch? I'll check it out. Very cool. Here, let's talk about bloat and float dinosaurs real quick. Oh, we've got a video from Fossil Crates on bloat and float. Let's check this out. With Brian Curtis.
That's our fun phrase for dinosaurs that we find in ocean deposits. Dinosaurs died.
And holy cow. Give them Nell. Nell, thank you for the 26 months of support.
Ontogeny.
I appreciate that very much. 25 months, rather. Thank you, Nell. Appreciate you keeping me on the air for that long. That's wonderful. Thank you. See this dinosaur right here next to Brian Curtis? This is the same one that I'm printing right now. That's Majungasaurus. We've got right here, printing the lower jaw of that currently. Good stuff. Oh man, I'm excited. That is going to be really cool when it's done.
Dinosaurs died on the side of the ocean, swept out to sea, sank to the bottom, so they bloated with gas, floated, and then sank to the bottom.
And there's a Letapelta, like we were talking about earlier. Yeah.
That's Brian Curtis.
Yeah, good stuff. Here's a link to that video there. Really short one.
In 2011, a worker...
Here we go.
...and how it got there. Because
this is from PBS Eons.
Found lying on its back in a marine deposit.
This happens sometimes.
It was fossilized upside down underwater. And a lot of other nodosaur fossils have turned up in similar deposits, ones left behind by ancient waters. So how did these dinosaurs end up getting buried at sea? The answer to this question is a gross but also kind of cool process of decomposition called, wait for it, bloat and float.
Oh yeah. Good stuff.
Nodosaurs belong to a larger
Borrelia
group of
beautiful.
herbivorous dinosaurs called ankylosaurs. Scientists have found their remains on most of the world's continents, including Antarctica. And they generally divide ankylosaurs into two major groups, the ankylosaurids and the nodosaurids.
And that's incomplete. I mean, we also have struthiosaurs, we've got coelacanthines. Yeah, shoot, Jim Kirkland could talk your ears off about this.
Or the nodosaurs. The ankylosaurids tended to have short, wide skulls. But nodosaurs didn't have these, their shoulders and narrow pelta. But nodosaurs ended
Anyway, let's get to the bloat and float.
Now, you might remember from our video when sharks swam the Great Plains that from about 95 to 68 million years ago, a huge body of water called the Western Interior Seaway split North America in half. And earlier in the Cretaceous, much of west central Canada and the upper Great Plains were covered by the Maori Sea, an extension of the Arctic Ocean. So there was a lot of available sea for the armored dinosaurs to end up in. For example, take the nodosaur known as Niobrarasaurus.
The Niobrara Seaway.
Known exclusively from the late Cretaceous marine deposits of western Kansas, and some of its fossils even bear the tooth marks of ancient sharks. And lots of other armored ankylosaurs, including nodosaurs, have been found in marine deposits from places like Queensland, Australia, and James Ross Island, Antarctica. One species was even found in California with fossilized oysters encrusting on its bones. And then we have Borrelia pelta.
But now the dinosaurs rule.
And Yushi, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Spectacular nodosaur that those Alberton miners came across. Its remains were discovered in the early Cretaceous Clearwater Formation, where the fossils of marine reptiles like plesiosaurs and ichthyosaurs often turn up, but scientists had never found any dinosaur material out there until Borrelia pelta. So what happened? Well, after its death, Borrelia pelta's corpse hit the seafloor around 200 to 400 kilometers away from the closest shoreline.
How could it get that far from the nearest shoreline? Well, turns out that's not that uncommon.
And it landed upside down, which...
And Sweetie Pie is just engrossed by the screen right now. Well, shoot. We might take a minute and, find a birds video for Sweetie Pie. Look, you were just staring at the screen a second ago, sweetie. Oh. There we go. Look at that. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? What do you think? Oh, you bored now? Oh, there's a bird. You love birds. All right. That's enough, sweetie pie. Let's get back to what we were talking about here. Shall we? Yeah, back to... Oh, can't get to my stream deck, sweetie pie. There we go.
Which turns out to have been a
There we go.
Boreala pelta's corpse hit the seafloor around 200 to 400 kilometers away from the closest shoreline. And it landed upside down, which turns out to have been a common fate for nodosaurs. Computer simulations suggest that these top-heavy animals would have flipped over pretty easily while floating in the water. So below the waves, Boreala pelta came to rest in a layer of stagnant, oxygen-poor mud. Traces of burrowing sea creatures were found nearby, but paleontologists found no evidence that the dinosaur's body was scavenged. And when it was discovered, Boreala pelta was encased in a tomb of hard rock called a concretion. As its body decayed, carbon dioxide and other substances were released, which changed the chemistry of the water inside the mud around the carcass. Soon enough, a tough layer of siderite, a type of iron carbonate, formed, protecting the dinosaur's remains. But how did it get so far away from the coastline? After all, Boreala pelta was heavily armored and short-legged, so it was probably a terrible swimmer, and it lived on land anyways, so there's no reason to think that the nodosaur swam to its watery grave. It's more likely that the dinosaur's body was washed out to sea. Sometimes after an animal dies and bacteria start breaking it down, gases build up inside the corpse. And if the carcass ends up in a body of water while that's happening, it might start bobbing around at the surface. Scientists call this phenomenon bloat and float. Eventually, those gases escape, the body stops floating, and it sinks to the bottom. And no matter where an animal dies, there's a good chance its remains will get scattered around after death. But the concretion around Boreala pelta kept most of its skeleton together. Better yet, the rocky shell helped the dinosaur retain its three-dimensional shape, even as layers of sediment piled up on the carcass over time. Between the bloat and float process and the seafloor environment where it landed, Boreala pelta kind of hit the jackpot in terms of preservation. For example, along with those osteoderms, experts found that the fossil was also covered with tiny polygonal scales on much of its skin.
Anyway, I'll give you a link to this video right here, but this is important because we're talking about bloat and float, we're talking about dinosaurs preserved in marine environments. Doesn't mean they lived in a marine environment. These were very much terrestrial animals. What it means is that sometimes things would bloat and float out to sea, and then get preserved on the seabed. That's the case here. The dinosaur specimen must have somehow been carried out to sea, possibly by a stream, after which it may have floated over a fairly long distance until it sank to the bottom. According to Lassure et al., dominant winds were blowing from the southwest, so a wind fetch of at least 200 kilometers in the early Cenomanian may have facilitated a drift of a carcass from the Armorican Massif to the sea, where the fossil remains were found. Occurrences of dinosaur remains in marine deposits are rather frequent, although this seems to be the first record from the late Cretaceous chalk of the Pays de Caux. I'm sure I'm not saying that right. I don't speak French, though. I'm doing my best. Where the only relatively common vertebrate fossils are fish teeth. Anyway, here is our new dinosaur right here from the this particular ammonite zone right here. What was this again? Mentalosaurus dixoni, I think. So the way that we can date some of these things, like the way that we can figure out exactly how old some of these rocks are, we don't even necessarily need to like get a sample of like zircon or anything like that in order to be able to radiometrically date it. A lot of these rocks have already been dated, and they've been correlated to the different ammonites that you find in these rocks. So if you figure out what sort of ammonite you've got in these beds, you can figure out exactly how old the rocks are. Because that time scale has already been put together. You can use the ammonites to date the rocks, basically. Super cool stuff. So it comes from this ammonite zone right here. The presence of a belisaurid remains in a marine sedimentary environment is uncommon but not exceptional. Previous records of abelisaurids in marine formations include the holotype of Genusaurus from the Albion deposits of southeastern France, and various remains of the Maastrichtian phosphates of Mexico and Egypt. However, only very few dinosaur remains belonging to ornithopods and ankylosaurs have hitherto been reported from the chalk of the Anglo-Paris Basin. There's a tooth that was found at the site. A shark tooth, probably a lamniform shark. It's like lamniform sharks belong to the same group as like white sharks. There we go. And so this is a simplified map of what this area would have looked like back then. We've got this big seaway, and right there, got that fossil site. Yeah. 2 blocks containing the dinosaur remains were found separately on 2 different occasions in the course of systematic research by Nicolas Cottard. The fragmentary bones, encased in very hard gray chalk, have been prepared mechanically, so they used, mechanical tools in order to clean these. Chantella, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. But no attempt has been made to completely free the bones from the matrix because of the risk of damaging them. So these are still partly in the rock, because that's the safest way to do this. And you're selling ammonites at work today. Interesting, Chantella. Okay. Huh. Do you work in a rock shop or something? Anyway, scanning of the blocks, although technically difficult, may be attempted at a later stage. Many of the bones are more or less damaged, following their fall from the cliff and exposure on the surface before they were noticed and collected. So again, this is a photo of the fossil site. These rocks had fallen down from the cliff face, and that's how they were discovered. They're pretty cool. Again, gorgeous site to be prospecting for dinosaurs. Holy cow. Right there on the beach. But as a result, they're a little bit broken. Moreover, they appear to have been partly crushed and distorted during fossilization. Nevertheless, several of them are sufficiently well preserved to be clearly identified. The material consists of a sacrum, those are the vertebrae in the hips, the attached, partially preserved ilia, the first caudal vertebra, so the first tail vertebra, and various poorly preserved bones that could not be accurately identified, although some of them may be ribs. And here is our new genus, Caletodraco, and our new species, Cotardi. It's a new genus and new species. So let's take a look at where this name actually came from. Derivatio nominis. How was the name derived? Genus name is from the Caleti, or Caletes, a Celtic tribe that inhabited the Pays de Caux in the the part of Normandy on the coast from which the fossils were found. So this is named after a Celtic tribe who lived in this area. And Draco is Latin for dragon, which is cool. Instead of just calling it Caletosaurus, they called it Caletodraco. It's a slightly more distinctive name, I think, and I like that. There have been a number of different theropod dinosaurs from Western Europe that have been named with the suffix Draco. I think people like dragon mythology in that part of the world, and it's fun to name a dinosaur with those same root words. Oh, sweetie pie. Yeah. And Tumik says, oh, very, very interesting. I understand better the white cliffs on the side of the freeway. Maybe there are other dinosaurs inside. Could very well be. If they're from the same rock units, then there probably are dinosaurs in there. Yeah. The dinosaurs are not going to be as common as marine animals that actually lived in that environment. But occasionally you'd have a dinosaur carcass that would drift out to sea and then get dropped and buried there. So yeah. Anywho, yeah. Pretty cool. This is in your part of the world, Tomik, were you aware that there were dinosaurs from Normandy? Because there have been some found before, but I think this might be the first one from this part of Normandy. And Dyson Dinosaur says, my ultimate goal as an ornithischian worker is to name a hadrosaur something with a species Rex and the genus with a T instead of a duck-billed T-Rex. Dyson Dinosaur, I like that. Yeah. Now, when we had our Hell Creek Alvarezsaur that we ended up naming Trirarchunkus, name means Captain Hook. Before Denver Fowler came up with that name, we joked about naming it T-Rex. Like having the genus name be T-Rex. T-E-E-R-E-X. Just as a joke, you know? But it probably wouldn't make it through review, you know? Yeah. Yeah. And Nanana says, I haven't seen Moon Pie yet. Moon Pie can be elusive. For one thing, she doesn't like treats. So it's hard to bribe her to come up on stream, you know? Yeah. Anywho, somehow I think that name might be rejected. Exactly. Hibiscus, yeah. Oh. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? What are you looking at? Can I interest you in a treat? Would you like another one? Some more dental treats? Here you go. One and 2, 3, 4. That's a lot. Let me take 2 of those back. And I don't know why our lights are going nuts right now. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Minnie is all white with the long tail. Oh, all black with the long tail. Yes, Pimpcat. Yes, indeed. And I missed that from Dapper Historian. Thank you, Kodali. Oh, it was because you highlighted that message. Okay. I need to turn that off. I gotta figure out how to do that. From Dapper Historian, do you relish new research that transforms understanding of your field, or do you sigh and think, now I have to relearn everything? Dapper Historian, it's always exciting when there's something new and big like that. It's, I don't know what it's like in history field, but in science, it's always invigorating when that happens. When you've got to kind of reconsider everything that you think you know about a particular subject, it's always really cool. Usually it's not as cut and dry, though, so oftentimes somebody will make a really bold claim in the scientific literature, and then other people will challenge it, and it could be a years-long process for big ideas to get overturned like that. But sometimes you do have things that are just incontrovertible, where it's like, oh, we found a new fossil, and it turns out these critters did live in this area, or this group did survive this, up until a certain time, or something like that. And that's always exciting when that happens, I'd say we have positive feelings about it. Yeah. And it is a good question, Kodali, yeah. And Ken says, so wait, if I do this, it messes with the lights? Did it? Maybe I missed it. Anyway, yeah. And Iacane says, yeah, and science is more like excitedly tell me how I'm wrong. That's a great way to put it, Iacane. I like that a lot. Yeah. That's neat. I hope you're doing well, Iacane. It's good to see you. And Ken says it didn't mess with the lights. I don't know why it was doing that earlier then. Huh. Interesting. Yeah. Anywho. Let's get back to our paper here. Our brand new dinosaur. So yeah, we were talking about what material is represented in the holotype. And our diagnosis, a large abellisaurid theropod. And again, abellisaurs are these guys. They tend to have very short arms, long legs, short snouts, short but very tall snouts. There's a nice kind of schematic illustration of some abellisaurs doing their thing. Holy cow! Zintaus! That must be what those alerts were for. Thank you, Zintaus. 20 more gift subs. Holy moly. We are now at 93 out of 100. Superb. Really appreciate that, Zen. That's 40 subs that you gifted today. Looks like we very well might meet our goal for the week. Extraordinary. I really appreciate that, Zen. Thank you for that. Excellent. Only 7 more subs to meet the weekly goal. Exactly, Dr. Hubs, yeah. Holy cow. Now, there's an additional 20 people in chat who won't have to worry about any ads for the next month. Thanks to you, Zintaus. And, Miss Caprikel, 10 gift subs from you. Thank you for that. And look at this lovely Tinamou bird. So excited about those 10 gift subs. Just can't hardly hold it in. Just swelling with enthusiasm. Uh-oh.
Miss Caprikel is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Miss Capri. That put us over our goal there. Lenina, thank you for gifting Iocane.
Gift subs in the channel.
And Miss Caprikel, thank you for those 10 gift subs right there. That is extraordinary. This means we have met our goal for the week. Holy cow. Let's get some applause for all the generous gifters, shall we? Holy cow. Thank you for that. And Marcy Walks Dogs, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate that very much. Thank you. Good stuff. Lovely. This is the reason why I can do this full time, is because we've got such a generous community here. Wonderful, generous people. Gifting subs, subscribing themselves, cheering with bits, all that. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Thank you for making this possible. Really appreciate it. I really do. And I do this full time? Yeah. This is how I make my living, Chantella. Yes, indeed. This is how I fund my research and my field work, and this is how I do outreach. You know, I can get 3 birds stoned at once that way. Yeah. You know, it's how I can sometimes afford 3D printer filament. Also, we're currently printing a skull of one of these abellisaur dinosaurs. One of these guys. Majungasaurus in particular. That's this fella right here. So this is the tip of the lower jaw. No, the chin basically. Is currently printing. You can see those pits. Which would be, depending on who you ask, either like blood vessel supply for, you know, like a crocodile-like facial sensory kind of thing, or it could be like blood vessel supply for lips, if these animals had lips. Kind of lizard-like lips, like you see on a Komodo dragon. Anywho. Majungasaurus, which is an abellisaur the same family to which our new French dinosaur belongs. And Chantella says, I feel like I found a new place I want to be all the time. It's good to have you here, Chantella. Seriously. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back into our paper here and talk about this this new critter. So we've got a large abellisaurid theropod. You just saw some abellisaurids there. Showing Furelisaurian characteristics, including a straight dorsal margin of the ilium and a distally expanded and crescent-shaped tip of the dorsally oriented transverse process of the first caudal vertebra. A convex distal margin, differing from previous known Furelisaurians by the following autapomorphy. So we've got a new characteristic that's supposed to be unique to this dinosaur. A distinctive shape of the transverse process, with a short anterior spine and a rounded and expanded fan-shaped semicircular posterodistal margin. So we've got one autapomorphy. Okay, it's a, you know, kind of a scanty specimen. Yeah. And this is the holotype specimen right there. So it's not a whole lot to look at, but yeah, we got part of the sacrum here. And then some of the ilia attached as well. So these are the ilia are the... Here, I'll show you on Majungasaurus. The ilia are the bones in the hip right there. So, you know what? Shoot, we got one right here. This is an ilium up here. It's the upper bone in the hip. Like you see right there. And then the lower margin of the ilium, you've got the acetabulum right here. That's where the head of the femur fits in. The acetabulum is the hole that the femur fits into. The hip socket, basically. So we've got one ilium right here, and the other one right there, kind of pinched into the top, so you're looking at this from above. So again, picture this, but from above you're looking down at those two ilia that kind of squash together like that, and they've got the sacrum in between, all those vertebrae in the hips. And then we got a tooth from there too. An isolated tooth is partly embedded in matrix closer to the anterior part of the poorly preserved iliac blade. Its apical part is well preserved, while more basal part is damaged and incomplete. This could be a tooth from this dinosaur. Or it could be a tooth embedded in that dinosaur's carcass from another dinosaur that was eating it. It does look abellisaur to me. Like, it looks kind of... Yeah. So this is a tooth from this family of dinosaurs. Is it a tooth from the animal's mouth, or is it a tooth from somebody who was eating it? We do have evidence that some of these guys may have been cannibalistic. You know? Yeah. That's an interesting idea, Dinosaur Dave. Huh. Cool. You know, seals do sometimes swim upriver. There have been seals in Loch Ness before that have swum up the river Ness. And Chantella says the size of their teeth never stops blowing my mind. I mean, yeah, that's a 1 centimeter scale bar right there. So this is, you know, it's not a huge tooth. You've got other dinosaur teeth get much, much bigger than this. You know, like a big Tyrannosaurus tooth. You know, could be very, very large. Like these. Most of that is root. It's just the smooth, shiny part is the part that would extend above the jawline. Yeah.
The biggest question of all surrounding the dinosaurs
is
why?
Zakap, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Have arrived to ask exactly that question.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. How are you, and how was your stream? You're doing some just chatting? Excellent. I don't know why our alerts didn't go berserk over that. But I'm not going to complain. Zuckup, it's good to have you here. In fact, let's do a manual lights going berserk thing here. And thank you, Baxipaf, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here, let's do flashing red lights here. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And Zuckup says, hope all is well. It is. Thanks for asking. And there we go. I guess it just got stuck in the queue or something. The lights? Anyway. Back to normal. We've got some cool new people here, it seems. And I think they might benefit from a quick little welcome video. What do you think, Zuckup? Give me a 1 in the chat if you would like to see a welcome video. If you'd like to call over previously recorded Danny to join us and tell you a little bit about who I am, what this channel is all about, why a paleontologist is here on Twitch in the first place. If you're curious about any of that stuff, type a 1 into the chat. Steady Shot has given us a 1. First time chat message. You got it. All right. Without further ado, here comes previously recorded Danny. A previously recorded Danny, take it away.
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out.
When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs.
For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020.
One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that.
Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did.
And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction.
I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails on his beard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are.
This is what I'm all about. And now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so.
It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Zaka for that raid. I really appreciate that. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Let me know if you've got any questions, especially new folks. We're just talking about a brand new dinosaur just published this week from France. From Normandy, in particular. A new kind of abelisaur, which seems to match up more closely with the abelisaurs from South America, which is interesting. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Chantel, I'm glad you enjoyed the video there. Yeah. And Amazonian, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yes, a French dinosaur indeed. Let's see if we can find an appropriate tune for that. Yeah. Let's try this. I don't know if that's archetypically French enough. Let's see if I find stuff that's copyright free, and this is not. I'll try this right here. Sorry. There we go. I think that'll work. Excellent. Our new dinosaur is called Draco. Normandy, in France. That up a little bit. Here is one of its teeth, potentially, found associated with the few bones that we got from the skeleton. I say we. I'm using the paleontological we here. But this team of researchers, I think led by Eric Bouffeton, yeah, who's published a lot on spinosaurs as well. I'm citing him a lot in an upcoming paper of mine. Haiyan Tong, Jérôme Girard, Bernard Hoyes, and Javier Paraga. Sorry. Accent over a different syllable. This is the majority of the skeleton that they have. Well, some of the best parts. You've got the ilia and the sacra in there. And you've got a tooth. Well, this tooth shows characters strongly suggesting it's from an abelosaurid, so from this group of dinosaurs that the hips belong to. Its location close to the pelvis is unusual and can be interpreted in two different ways. So yeah, I already know what they're going to say here. Either it's a tooth that fell out of this animal and just kind of got washed in with the hips, or it's a scavenging scenario where another abelisaur was eating this, possibly cannibalism. Either it belongs to the same individual as the postcranial bones, which implies that it was detached from the jaws and somehow became displaced to its present position during fossilization, or belongs to another individual that consumed the carcass, either as a predator or a scavenger. The latter interpretation cannot be excluded, since cannibalism has been demonstrated in the Madagascan abelosaurid Majungasaurus. Again, that's the same guy that we're printing right now. Majungasaurus. Anyway. Yeah. The presence of a crown of a shark tooth, possibly a lamniform shark, in the same block in direct proximity to the bones is easier to explain since it simply implies scavenging on the carcass while it was floating on or above the sea floor. If the abelosaurid tooth reflects predation or scavenging, the fact that the carcass was apparently eaten first on land by a theropod dinosaur and then at sea by a shark is an unusual taphonomic occurrence. I don't know how unusual that is, but sure. An oyster shell fixed on one of the bones shows that the skeleton lay on the sea bottom for some time before being buried in sediment. I'm going to turn this down a little bit, because that's a little too loud. What you doing? And K-Par says, interesting, how has 3D printing changed archaeology? Dude, I wouldn't know. I'm a paleontologist. Anyway, yeah. Although it exhibits deformation, the sacrum appears to be complete and is visible in both ventral and dorsal views between the ilia. It is composed of apparently 6 strongly fused vertebrae, between which no sutures are visible. There you go there. This might not look like much, but it is informative. It can tell us what group of dinosaurs this belongs to. You know? Ilia are partly preserved, the left one being more complete than the right one, although missed their ventral part and acetabular region. First caudal vertebra displaced anteroventrally relative to the last sacral vertebra. Center is poorly preserved. And there's our vertebra right there. They're right, it is poorly preserved, but still cool that we've got it. And the distal part of the transverse process, the first caudal vertebra in ventral view. Oof. Yeah. Okay, cool. Here's what we have of the ilium of this critter, so the upper hip bone, compared to Carnotaurus and Majungasaurus. Really simplified drawing here. But, you know, it would look weird, I guess, if if this one were highly detailed and this one were highly detailed and this one were just like a thick line like this. So they decided to just do them all like that. Makes sense. Yeah. And here's comparisons between this guy and the rest of these guys, the transverse processes on the vertebrae. The transverse processes are the little, like, wings that come off the sides. Here, I'll show you. I'll go grab one. So here's a dorsal vertebra of an Allosaurus. So this is one of the vertebrae from the back. And these are the transverse processes on either side. They're the wings that come off the main body of the vertebra. This is called the centrum here, the main vertebral body. This is the neural spine up top. And these are the transverse processes right here. And so here's the shape of some of the transverse processes on these other members of Abelisauridae from some of these other Abelisaurid theropods. Here's our new guy. Interesting looking. Bizarre. Yeah. Huh. Not to scale. So let's get into our discussion here. Coledodraco is an unexpected addition to the Cretaceous dinosaur fauna of Europe. Also, yeah. The presence of Abelisaurids in Europe has been known since the description of the Perseo maxilla, probably belonging to Archovenator in 1988. And the record in that geographical area now spans a rather long stratigraphic interval from the Middle Albian to the Late Maastrichtian. So yeah, from the early Cretaceous all the way up until the very end of the Age of Dinosaurs, at the end of the Cretaceous. Jurassic reports of Abelisaurids in Europe should be considered as doubtful. The attribution of an Abelisauroid of a tibial fragment from the Bathonian Stones Field in England by Scora and Agnolan was disputed by Rahout, the lead author of... No, sorry, different author. It's an author on yesterday's paper. And the putative of Abelisaurid teeth in the Upper Jurassic of Portugal, reported by Hendricks and Mateus, more probably belonged to Allosaurids. So anyway, yeah, here's our new guy here, Coledodraco. And then here are some other Abelisaurids that are known from the Cretaceous of Europe. Huh. So this is talking about why this critter is important in here, just kind of getting into the weeds about its relationships with these other Cretaceous Abelisaurids, particularly from Europe. If you're an Abelisaurid researcher, this is going to be very, very interesting, but for all of you at home, you know, might not be as thrilling. But yeah, discussing here biogeography. Agnolan considers that exchanges between the Gondwanan continents and Europe were interrupted during the Cenomanian, which would push back the dispersal of Furulosauria between the biogeographical areas to the early Cretaceous. So, we're talking about here is paleobiogeography. So this is roughly what our world looked like during this time, in the late Cretaceous. So the continents had started to split apart. You know, you go back earlier in time to say, let's go to 240 million years ago. All the continents are stuck together like this in this massive supercontinent that we call Pangaea. But fast forward to 90 million years ago, and the continents have started to drift apart from one another to a significant degree. Europe is a series of islands in like a warm tropical shallow sea. And you got to figure out like how these dinosaurs dispersed. The closest relatives of this critter that from Normandy, this new dinosaur, seem to be from the southern part of South America, from Patagonia. So how did our French Abelisaur get all the way up to France? We know that there are Abelisaurs from Africa. These two continents were connected not too long before this time. But in studying, you know, these groups of dinosaurs and their distributions, we can kind of use them to infer when different land bridges existed between different continents. We can use them to infer sea level sometimes. if you've got dinosaurs in France that are very, very similar to dinosaurs from South America around the same time, that implies that there was a way for them to get back and forth. Whether it's by walking on dry land or swimming between islands that are close enough by or something. But this kind of paleobiogeography, it's important stuff. And the more we learn about different groups of dinosaurs and their distributions, the more that can contribute to our understanding of how the continents were drifting and what's going on at different points in Earth history like this. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, aren't land bridges sometimes assumed to exist? It's sort of an easy solution, but sometimes argued against? Absolutely, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah. In fact, this actually gets into a really important time in the history of Earth science. Like the history of our study of Earth science. It was paleontologists were some of the first scientists to really kind of accept the idea that the continents moved. Because that's what the fossils seem to show. It's sometimes, you know, occasionally paleontology is really at the forefront of some of these new discoveries like this. Here, take a look.
Link the two continents together. But it's not only rock formations that leave traces for scientists to look at. In the study of fossils, paleontologists have always been keen enthusiasts for the drift theory, and certain dinosaurs do provide evidence.
An animal such as this little dinosaur here, Coelophysis, will do very well. You can see from the hind limbs that Coelophysis
from New Mexico,
was a little
Arizona.
fast-running dinosaur. We know Coelophysis from some deposits in Arizona and also in Rhodesia. So one way or another...
It's not actually Coelophysis from Africa, probably. It's probably a different genus, but close relative.
He could get around the world between those two continents. And so could a lot of the other big dinosaurs which lived in the world with him. Unfortunately, we don't know the route by which they could get from one place to the other.
We're starting to figure some of this stuff out. You know, this is from what, the 1970s here? This documentary came out in 1970. Or it was produced in 1970, according to the description on YouTube. He says, unfortunately... Here, let's go back.
Unfortunately, we don't know the route by which they could get from one place to the other.
We've been able to figure some of this out today. Like, with more discoveries, with more careful study, some of this stuff is becoming increasingly clear, and that's really exciting.
Today, of course, you can't get across the Bering Straits. But in those days, there are many reasons for believing that the Bering Straits region was much warmer than it is today, and also that there was dry land there. So all of these dinosaurs, for example, those that were living in North America, could have spread across the Bering Straits into Asia and then on down into Africa. In fact, Lystrosaurus is probably the best evidence from the vertebrates of continental drift.
So this is the Dicynodont that lived before the first dinosaurs.
Now, we've known this little reptile from deposits in South Africa and China.
It's really more of a mammal than a reptile.
In India for quite a long time.
It's a synapsid, not a sauropsid.
This is a skull, which I think shows its structure quite clearly, as the lower jaw down here, rather a downturned snout, the nostrils, and the eyes.
Yeah, so Lystrosaurus looks like this. Yeah, these guys were everywhere at the beginning of the Cretaceous period. That's a lovely depiction right there. There's a bunch of different species of Lystrosaurus. But, these are not embiggening in the way that they should. But, that's pretty good right there. Yeah. They're almost kind of pig-like, proto-mammals. There you go. Yeah. These guys were everywhere at the beginning of the Triassic period. There's the Great Dying, the Permian mass extinction event when like 90% of all species on Earth die out. These guys go nuts after that. They are everywhere on so many different continents, just super widespread. It was their heyday. They were very good at kind of living a post-apocalyptic lifestyle, I suppose, if you want to dramatize it like that.
Now, the important fact was the discovery of this animal in Antarctica only last December. Now, for Lystrosaurus to have got to Antarctica and to have survived there implies, I think, such different positions of the continents and climatic conditions in the continents that surely continental drift is the only reasonable explanation.
There you go. Yeah, this is a lovely documentary, actually, if you want to take a look. From 1970. It's from kind of a turning point in geology. This is when evidence for drifting continents was kind of undeniable. Around 1970 is the last time that you could really argue that, like, oh, no, the continents are definitely static. They don't move. After that, it became, like, incontrovertible. So it's like, it's during a, you could say, tectonic shift in the history of geological studies. It's pretty cool. That was not Alfred Wegener. No, Claire Bear. No. Yeah, that was somebody from the British Museum, I believe. Alfred Wegener was a German scientist, trained as a meteorologist, actually. He died long before that documentary was produced. Yeah, he died in the 30s, exactly, Claire, yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, it blows my mind that when my mother was a small child, tectonic movement was not 100% accepted. It wasn't 100% accepted until, like, the 90s. There were still some holdouts. There were still some geologists who thought, oh, no. It's just sea level fluctuations. You know? Continents don't move. Now we know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the continents do move. We can even measure that movement. Very slow, but we can measure it year to year. Super cool. And Dr. Hub says science changes one funeral at a time. Sometimes, yeah. Yeah. But one of the parts of this clip that makes me proud is... Again, go back to the beginning of the clip we watched.
Rock formations that leave traces for scientists to look at. In the
Here we
study
go.
of fossils, paleontologists have always been keen enthusiasts for the drift theory. And
Yep.
that dinosaurs do provide evidence.
Yes, indeed. I like it when paleontologists are at the forefront of a big shift in scientific thought. It's happened a few times. And this is one of those. Makes me proud, you know? Shows how important fossil science is. How the study of fossils can provide evidence that you really can't get from any other branch of the sciences. It's cool. Anywho. How did we get on this? Well, we were talking about the distribution of abelisaurs. This group of, Cretaceous, very short-armed, long-legged, kind of, hog-nosed theropod dinosaurs. One of the better-known members of this group is Majungasaurus. Let me see if I can show you a clip. Here, from Paleo World.
The island of Madagascar is the land that time forgot. The creatures that live here are found nowhere else on Earth. Now scientists are discovering that 75 million years ago.
And holy cow, Jim Kirkland says Colbert became a believer in 1969 in Antarctica and published Wandering Lands and Animals in 1973. Exactly. Jim, I hope you're doing well. Everybody, that is Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland in the chat right there. And Jim, it's your birthday tomorrow. I was going to send you a text letting you know about this, but I got you a present, Jim. It has not arrived yet.
The Lenina gifted a tier 1 sub to Jim Kirkland.
Lenina, thank you for
They
gifting
have given
you. Appreciate that, Lenina.
gift subs in the channel.
Holy cow. Here, Jim, I can show you right now. It hasn't arrived yet. But it will soon, I hope. I got you a Gastonia model. It's shipping all the way from China, so it's taking a little bit longer than expected. But, check that out. So Jim Kirkland discovered this dinosaur and described it. Published on it. This is Gastonia. Gastonia... Is this Gastonia Burgii? Yeah. Anyway, it'll be delivered to the
Some of your own advice.
Utah Geological Survey
The man
soon.
who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week.
Heg pets.
And nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs. Don't give up on life, sir.
Wow. Thank you for the 27 months of support, Heg Pets. I appreciate that.
They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
And thank you, Miss Capri, for the 1,000 bits.
At Jim Kirkland, woohoo.
Thank you, Miss Caprical, for those 1,000 bits. And again, happy birthday to Jim. Jim says, well, thank you, Mucho. You bet, Jim. I was hoping it would show up before your birthday, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. It's 1/35th scale, so it's not going to be super big. But let me go and track the order right now. Track package. Let's see. It still says shipped, but not yet out for delivery. Let me track it right here. And let's see. It says customs clearance completed at ORD. That's Chicago O'Hare, right? Anyway, it's been in transit for 11 days so far, but it'll hopefully it'll get there this next week, Jim. It'll be delivered to your office, or at least to the UGS headquarters there. So yeah. Anyway, happy birthday, Jim. Let's get back to... Here, I'm in the mood to talk about Majungasaurus because we're 3D printing a Majungasaurus skull. We just got started. Here's the kind of the symphysis between the dentaries. So the front of the lower jaw right here, the animal's chin, if you will. And you'll see some teeth start to emerge from this in maybe about an hour. Anyway, good stuff. So let's talk a little bit about Majungasaurus.
Madagascar
Here's an old episode of Paleo World here.
The creatures that live here are found nowhere else on Earth. Now scientists are discovering that
Lemur and a Fusa?
years ago, even Madagascar's dinosaurs dared to be different.
Love this song. Gets me right here every time, you know? Does make me want to stand and salute Claire Burr. Yes, indeed.
Separated from the mainland 80 million years ago.
Again, we're talking about biogeography here.
Effect on the island of Madagascar. 85% of all the animals and plants found here are unique. The bizarre baobab tree.
Yeah, those are so cool.
Upside down. A primitive cat-like creature called a fossa. And these bulging-eyed lemurs, over 30 different species, are found nowhere else on Earth.
And that's not a kitty Helvetica scenario. No, a Fusa is an entirely different kind of... Unless you... Well, Sweetie Pie's down there, but you can't see her. I think you were talking about the Fusa, right? Not a cat. let's look it up on our Tree of Life here. And I guess they are filiformes. Okay, okay. Yeah, there's our Fusa. Cryptoprocta ferox. What a cool genus and species name. So they're related to civets. Okay, so I guess they're cat relatives. Related to civets and mongoose and meerkats. But then our true cats are over here. So they are part of the cat-like carnivorans clade Filiformia. But they are not cats. Yeah. Anyway. Pretty neat animal. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Madagascar lies 300 miles off the southeast coast of Africa. The fourth largest island in the world, it covers an area greater than California and Washington state combined. Set adrift when dinosaurs ruled the earth, Madagascar is a time capsule of prehistoric life.
You know what they should have done right there?
Washington state world, it covers an area greater than California and Washington state combined.
Why don't you throw Washington, D.C. in there, too? You might as well. It's bigger than California, Washington state, and the District of Columbia combined.
Set adrift when dinosaurs ruled the earth, Madagascar is a time capsule of prehistoric life. Yet almost nothing is known about the strange creatures that once roamed these forests. But chances are, they were as unique as the island itself.
Sort of. Here, we'll skip forward to Majungasaurus here, because I still want to be able to talk about Camarasaurus in a bit. But, here we are. I think it's about here we get to it.
Dinosaurs would have trampled through this forest and lingered in the marshes.
And yeah, Charlie's Dragon, that's true.
Another, more sinister
isolated
creature
I think you're right.
Was lurking in the trees.
Ooh, who might this be?
While excavating the skeleton of the Titanosaur, Peter Dodson found a bone with a provocative tale to tell.
These bones have a bit of a history before the animal was buried. And we can see that when we dug out the upper end of this humerus, the shoulder bone, we can see that the bone is very badly broken up here, which suggests that a predator was chewing on the bones before it was buried. It was food.
You live in Madagascar, Dr. Evans?
Something big was stalking the sauropods.
Oh, Detroit.
Hunt for the
oh, gotcha.
predator is on.
Okay, Dr. Evans.
As each day passes, tantalizing new clues appear.
One of the most common fossils you find in the field area around here are these teeth with these serrations. We found hundreds of these teeth, but we haven't found the animal. We've chased all kinds of tails into hills and found nothing.
It is a pretty small tooth for how big the skull is.
Large-jawed, two-legged predator. In its absence, it's already been named Majungasaurus.
Yep.
Finding a new dinosaur is a thrill, but every tiny fossil is important.
What we're trying to do is do more than just collect the dinosaurs. At this locality, we find fishes, frogs, mammals, and other small vertebrates.
Let's see. I can see how you'd get those two confused. Oh, Madagascar and Detroit? I mean, they are both former French colonies, are they not?
And we need to know that diversity in order to know all of the animals that lived here.
Getting at the fossils is no easy task. Each 50-pound bag of sediment is carried to camp on a back-breaking hike. To separate the fossils from the dirt, they are washed, then sifted through muslin. The fragments will then be dried and packed to take back to New York, where they'll keep a team of experts busy for a year.
It's at Stony Brook. is the university
Each
they're
fragment,
referring to.
no matter how small, is a vital clue to an even larger mystery scientists hope to solve. What creatures roamed the southern hemisphere 75 million years ago? In the 19th century, whole skeletons of dinosaurs dug out of the American Midwest revealed the vast
Not the Midwest.
of life and death.
Not the Midwest. The Midwest is like Michigan down to Missouri. Who wrote this? That's the West there, son. You know, Colorado and Wyoming, Utah and Montana and the Dakotas. That's the West. Not as west as, say, California or Hawaii, but still west.
In the northern hemisphere, and unleashed a riveting cast of characters such as Tyrannosaurus rex. But the South remained enigmatic and obscure.
And what's going on in Gondwana, you know?
For David Krauss, work never ends. Solar panels provide enough electricity to power a small office tent. Each day, finds are mapped and logged for further
This would have been cutting-edge stuff in the 90s, you know? Or early 2000s.
As the team gathers before the campfire, David's thoughts turn to finding the elusive bones of the predator Majungasaurus. Little does he know that his wait is nearly over. A celebration erupts at the dig.
Looking of a femur?
And I took a piece of rock off here, uncovered this bone.
That's Scott Sampson right there.
Bleeding tooth with serrations staring at me, and I knew that.
Anybody have small children at home subjected to dinosaur train? You might recognize Dr. Scott.
The skull is all in this
Yeah.
area. I yelled something to the effect of, "We have our Majungasaurus jaw," and a few other expletives, and finally we got this animal.
And that lower jaw right there is, again, precisely what I'm printing right now. Oh, I'm excited. It's going to take a long time to print this whole thing, and I'm going to run out of filament. So if anybody's feeling particularly generous and they'd like to purchase some filament off the wish list, you know, help me finish this thing. But, yeah.
For Scott Sampson, it's a defining moment.
This is about the best thing we could have hoped for this summer. All of us coming out here thought if we can find one thing and one thing only, it will be the skull of Majungasaurus. And here it is sitting right in front of me. So life doesn't get much better than this.
Deegan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome.
The skull, though in pieces, reveals a wealth of detail.
We have this very bumpy bone over here, which is the nose, and this was a fairly ugly animal, probably with a big bump on its nose. It also had a large knuckle-shaped structure on the top of its head.
Yep, almost a horn.
Right here. There's an animal from South America called Carnotaurus, which has large horns projecting off the top of each eye.
Small horns, but yeah.
If this animal is in fact a close relative, as we think it may turn out to be, then it's not surprising that it has some kind of ornamentation.
A real mean kid.
And science,
With
bish.
daggers for teeth, he
Thanks
was
for
the
the follow.
terror of his neighborhood.
Look at that. Matches up pretty well. Although we've got a Tyrannosaur and an Abelisaur here. These are the, you know, while the Tyrannosaurs are doing their thing in North America, the Abelisaurs are doing something probably pretty similar down in South America, in Africa, in Madagascar, and now up in France too, with our new Abelisaur from there.
Majungasaurus was an awesome beast. Standing 14 feet tall and 30 feet long.
Not 14 feet tall.
With slashing claws and rows of serrated teeth.
It's not that
it
tall.
Would have been the most terrifying creature in Madagascar.
I love these early reconstructions. It's a little funny looking. Yeah, so literal knucklehead says Midgard, Thickguard. Here. There's the skull of this critter, and there above the orbit, above the eye socket. You see that kind of triangular projection there? Kind of a horn or something? Some kind of protuberance like that? Yeah. Pretty cool. This might still be the best or second best skull we've got of any Abelisaur anywhere in the world. I guess it's between this guy and Carnotaurus. But this is definitely the best studied Abelisaur skull in the world, to the point where we've actually got 3D models of this. But I was able to track one down and slice it for 3D printing. Yeah. It probably wasn't the prettiest of dinosaurs. But it's a very cool critter. It's a very cool critter. Here's Brian Curtis to talk about it briefly on YouTube here.
Hi, my name's Dr. Brian Curtis. I'm one of the paleontologists here at Fossil Crates. And I'm here to introduce...
And Seafrog, thank you for the 21 months of subscription. I appreciate that.
Majungasaurus.
Appreciate that ongoing support, Seafrog. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah.
Circa 66 million years ago or so, this was the apex predator on that most crazy cool island. Today, you know Madagascar for all of its wild wildlife, like the amazing lemurs. Well, 70 million years ago, it had incredibly cool wildlife as well. And this was the top dinosaur at the time. I don't even know where to begin. This is a research grade specimen. It has all
So he sells
the
these.
bones that have been found since
casts
the
of it.
mid-2000s. Some of these bones aren't even in the literature yet. This is the specimen. If you're a researcher, if you're a museum, if you're just a collector and want the best and the latest, here it is. What I love about it is...
That's going to be slightly better than mine. Mine's got these weird things that are kind of coming down in the middle of the interorbital fenestrae. And so that's going to be slightly higher grade than mine, I think. But I don't have $3,000 to drop on that or whatever it is. Here, Majungasaurus, source. Open that. There we go. So this is the file that I have for printing. It's not nearly as high res as the one that he has, but I'm able to print it life size. And yeah, here's this weird thing, like projection coming down from the middle of the interorbital fenestra right there. I'm not sure what the deal is with that. Is that just a break? Is this like the ascending process of the maxilla that's broken off right there? Probably is, actually. I think that's exactly what's going on, really. This right here. Anyway, yeah. But I can fix that after the fact, you know? It's the wonderful thing about 3D prints is that they're pretty easy to work with. Relatively forgiving. With a heat gun and a scalpel and some glue, I can put that ascending process of the maxilla right back where it's supposed to be. Yeah. Anywho. Exciting stuff. Yeah.
It showcases the hugely wide mouth that makes it distinct from other Abelisaurs. It also showcases that bony horn on top of its head and the huge thickened nasals, which are hollow inside. Who knew? It even has the bones of the palate and the skull bones. All of these have been individually scanned via 3D technology, and they've been reproduced in life-size fashion. But wait, there's more. BC, I don't have room
like an
in my
infomercial.
budget or on my desk. Well, I don't either. And that's why we have Majungasaurus scaled skull.
Anyway, this is not supposed to be a commercial. I'm going to show you this. I'll give you the link anyway, if you want to watch the rest of the video. But, pretty cool stuff.
Anyway, Majungasaurus.
While the team carefully removes its bones, Peter and Lydia are on their way to get supplies in Majunga, the town that gave the predator its name.
Yep.
Every 3 days, the team members take turns doing the shopping.
Could they have been loud? It's likely, Golganek, yeah.
Filling and transporting these 100-pound containers of water is the most vital chore.
Why not just get 50?
But before they head back to camp, Peter has one more thing to buy.
Water's okay for washing, but this is what makes life possible in the wilderness. A nice warm beer at the end of the day.
Back at the site, one more stunning find was being made in a season of
cold is even better if you can get it, but yeah.
These two.
Yeah, and then anyway, we've got I think this is a potential bird fossil. Anyway, cool stuff. Majungasaurus, a neat critter, and I am super excited to be printing a life-size one here. You know. Majungasaurus is in the trailer for the new Jurassic World Chaos Theory series. Interesting, Dinosaur Dave. Huh. I wonder if it's going to be any good. Anywho, I'm pretty excited about that. About our Majungasaurus here. And again, the whole reason we're talking about this is we've got this brand new Abelosaurid from France just published. Here is a link to that publication. It is open access. And we've already got illustrations of this animal, even though it was just published this week. Check it out. So this artist on DeviantArt produces, you know, life reconstructions of just about every new dinosaur that gets published. Usually just a few hours to maybe a few days after publication. Here's a life reconstruction from Wikipedia. Right here. There you go. This one's from just 2 days ago on Instagram. Here's another one from DeviantArt. Yeah. But pretty cool. And we've already got a decent article about this critter on Wikipedia. Where's the article? Well, let's just search. There we go. Wikipedia is remarkable like this. You know, just sometimes a few hours after a new publication drops, already an article about it. The people who edit Dinosaur Wikipedia are devoted, enthusiastic, and prompt. Gotta love it. Deadbolt Dogs, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah, and Charlie's Dragon says, as I said earlier, no news articles, but has a Wikipedia article. Oh, yeah. Anyway, and Gay Hibiscus says, well, some dinosaur articles. I've been surprised and delighted at how comprehensive and up-to-date and well-written most of the dinosaur articles are on Wikipedia. Pretty much every one I've ever seen has been pretty excellent. And I wonder, this might be an anomaly. I bet you people who are experts in other areas outside of dinosaurs, maybe they'll have quibbles with their field's articles on Wikipedia. But for dinosaur science, they tend to be pretty excellent.
it's really a shining example of what Wikipedia can be. Dinosaur Wikipedia might be best Wikipedia. Excellent stuff. Like, I get this question a lot, like, you know, what's the best online resource for learning about dinosaurs? And I always say Wikipedia. Compare it with something like Encyclopedia Britannica, and Wikipedia just blows it out of the water. Encyclopedia Britannica is dog water compared to Wikipedia. Not just in terms of being up to date, but in terms of being comprehensive, having plenty of articles, like going into proper depth about different subjects, and having proper sources linked. That's really the most important thing. Is the references. Like, you can get into the original literature from Wikipedia, and you can't get into that from, say, Encyclopedia Britannica or other online resources like this. This is what makes Wikipedia pure gold when it comes to dinosaur science. Is links to the original literature right here. You can read the article, you can get a gist for, you know, a nice summary of what there is to know about a particular subject. And then you can go and actually dive into the original literature. It's pretty awesome. Yeah. So here, let's just click one of these at random. Get into current biology. This is open access. And then here it is, straight from the science horse's mouth. No editorializing, no summarizing. Here's the original literature. Right there. Like 3 clicks from Wikipedia. Extraordinary. You know? It's just fantastic. Huh, sweetie pie. Yeah. What do you think? Yeah. Oh, where are you going? Oh, here comes Mini Pie. Well, well, well. Mini Pie, do you want to come say hello? Psst, psst, psst. Here, Mini. Oh, she found a treat on the floor that Sweetie Pie has left. And is she going to eat it? No, she's not. Oh, you're being picky, huh, Mini Pie? Yeah. You gonna come join us? There we go. Yeah. Yeah. How long have you ever been lost down a Wikipedia rabbit hole? Oh, I never get lost. But, I've spent a lot of time reading about different subjects, usually things I don't know very much about on Wikipedia. But sometimes it's actually a decent research aid, like if I'm working on an actual project for publication on dinosaurs, sometimes Wikipedia is just the most efficient way of being able to find the relevant literature that you can get to through the references. So, I don't know, I use it in my daily life, too, as a scientist. Not looking at the, you know, like the actual article itself, but going through the references. Yeah. Hey, Zonku, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Mini Pie, would you be interested in a treat? Would you like a treat, Mini Pie? It's funny, she's like... You know, dogs are very responsive to particular words. Cats are not like that for the most part. Here, let's get a treat for Mini Pie. Ooh, here we go. Nice, got 4 of them right there. How's that? Good stuff? Yeah, there you are. Don't knock those off the desk now. Don't do that. They can be very responsive to sounds like a can opener, though, says Charlie's Dragon. I suppose so. Huh. You used to be so into these treats, Mini Pie. What happened? Just get tired of them? There she goes. She left several saliva-covered treats on the desk. Gross. Well, maybe we need to get her a different kind. Put some other ones on the wish list. Here we do. Let's do... Tempting tuna flavor. How's that? I'll put that on our wish list. There we go. We'll mix things up a little bit for the cats. If anybody would like to buy that, it's like $6. And Pyro Kitty, Mini Pie just went to the vet and had her teeth looked at a couple months ago, so I think that's probably not the issue. And she's eating just fine normally. I think she just might be tired of this particular kind of treat. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah. Anywho, where were we? We were talking about... oh yeah, Coletta Draco. Our new Abelisaur, France. Again, if you would like to read the paper yourself, there's the link in the chat for you. You can download it because it is open access. And yeah, welcome to the world, Coletta Draco, or welcome back to the world, rather. Brand new dinosaur. Let's see what our tally is so far. For new dinosaurs described in 2024. Alpacaracush, we were just talking about yesterday. This was newly published this week. We've got 1, 2 with Asia Tyrannus, 3 with Bainosaurus, 4 with Coletta Draco, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34 new dinosaurs so far published just this year. And we're only in August. You know? We're 2/3 of the way through the year. 34 new dinosaur genera or species named so far this year. Not all of these are going to be valid, and I actually have my doubts, seriously, about some of these. But still, it's cool to see, and it's cool to think about. I think it's roughly 1 a week, says Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, so far, I think it is. Which is more than usual. This is one of the things I'm going to be presenting on at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting in October. Here we go. At SVP 2024. I've got 2 projects that I'm presenting on. In the main session, I'm going to be presenting on kind of the pace of dinosaur discovery. How often new dinosaurs are published on. When I say new dinosaurs, I mean either a new dinosaur species or a new dinosaur genus. And I'll be updating the tally a little bit and kind of reworking that average, figuring out what it is with new data from this year. But so far, over the past decade, there's been 1 new dinosaur genus or species published on average once every 9 days. That's pretty extraordinary. There's a lot of different factors that can affect that, from availability of funding to prevalence of research programs to, you know, things like global pandemics, the case of COVID. We'll be talking about all this stuff in the presentation, and I'm excited to publish on this after I present it. And Pomez says, are there any dinosaur fossils that often get mistaken for other dinosaurs because their fossils are so similar looking? Yes, but usually it's the opposite, where since dinosaurs, many of them changed so dramatically during their lifetimes, they changed through ontogeny. Ontogeny is well, the changes that an organism undergoes during its lifetime.
Ontogeny.
So as it grows and matures,
Ontogeny.
those are changes in ontogeny. There have been something like 20 different species of Triceratops that have been named.
Ontogeny.
When in reality, there's probably 3 or fewer species. And those are not, you know, they didn't live at the same time in the same
Ontogeny.
place. It might be essentially one big population of Triceratops evolving over time, and we call them the 3 species that are valid are chronostratigraphically separated. So, like, it could just be one population slowly evolving over time. And then, you know, in these different stratigraphic horizons, they look different, and so we're calling them different species, even though it might be like one contiguous gene pool over time. Anyway, the point is, because these animals change so much as they grow and mature, young ones have been named something different from the old ones oftentimes. Triceratops eurycephalus, Triceratops hatcheri, Triceratops, you know, there's so many other species names. Hardly any of which are valid. So, again, go back to Wikipedia for just a short, kind of punchy summary here. We've got 2 valid recognized species right now. There's one in between that hasn't been described yet. But yeah, whoop. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Sorry. Show that list. These are other genera that are probably the same thing as Triceratops. But then, wait, where's the other? There should be a list of species. Yeah, Triceratops serratus, Triceratops brevicornis, T. elatus, T. calicornis, T. obtusus, T. hatcheri, T. eurycephalus. Yeah. So more often it's because dinosaurs specimens might look slightly different from one another, they get named as new species even though they're not. That's been a consistent theme in dinosaur paleontology. Is people looking at the differences and really emphasizing those rather than thinking about how those differences might be due to ontogeny, to stratigraphy, to allometry, or to, I don't know, taphonomy sometimes. Anywho, yeah. And 32-bit cat ears says Triceratops is overrated. Incorrect, I would say. Yes, Triceratops gets a lot of attention, but there's a very good reason for that. Holy cow. Triceratops is one of the best studied dinosaurs that we have. We can do more and better science on Triceratops than just about any other dinosaur. From a paleontological perspective, from the perspective of a paleontologist, Triceratops is almost as good as you can get as a dinosaur. We've got over 100 specimens of Triceratops just at Museum of the Rockies alone. That's a kind of sample size that you don't have for really hardly any other kind of dinosaur in existence. What's more, we've got a, you know, huge stratigraphic variance in Triceratops specimens. I mean, we can tell things about these animals that we can't for just about any other dinosaur. There we go. This is the image I'm looking for. In the Hell Creek Formation alone, Hell Creek Formation of eastern Montana, we can watch Triceratops evolve because we have so many specimens and they're so stratigraphically well constrained. Like, we know exactly where they come from in the rock record, like through very, very careful collection of data and yeah, just paying really, really close attention to where in the strata they come from. Wood, thank you for those 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you, Wood. That's 5 chatters that won't have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. I appreciate your generosity, Wood. Thank you. We can't do this for any other dinosaur at this point. Triceratops is unique in this regard. It is the best studied Mesozoic dinosaur in terms of chronostratigraphy. It's pretty cool. Yeah, there's a really neat paper about this. There we go. Evolutionary trends in Triceratops from the Hell Creek Formation of Montana. This is an open access paper. Let's see, where is the download link? But it's in the journal PNAS, isn't it? The Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, or PNAS. PNAS. There we go. There is the link. Yeah. No wonder it's like 3 dinosaurs everyone knows. I can't argue with that. 32-bit cat ears. Thank you. Yeah. Well, Triceratops was discovered pretty early on. And so, yeah, it's also very, very common.
Third, it may not seem like much.
Nerduino,
goes a long way.
Thank you for those 500 bits.
I'll tweet here on Twitch.
Really appreciate that, Nerduino. Thank you, thank you. Let me pay my bills. That support. Appreciate you. Yeah. Really excellent paper. This is some dinosaur science that gets me really, really excited as somebody who works on dinosaurs. Being able to have this kind of stratigraphic resolution here, where we can tell exactly where in section all of these guys came from, and then it's only because of that and because of the big sample size that we can kind of watch them gradually evolve over time. So this is evolution of the nasal horn size. It starts off pretty small in Triceratops horridus, and as you move up in section, from about maybe 68 million years ago, up until 66 million years ago, those nasal horns just get bigger and bigger and bigger. It's a consistent trend. And so, in a way, you can really use Triceratops as a means of doing biostratigraphy. If you find a nasal horn of a Triceratops, depending on its size and its morphology, you can tell if you're in the upper Hell Creek, in the middle Hell Creek, or in the lower Hell Creek. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah. It's really neat stuff. Anyway, I hope that makes sense. Excellent paper. Take a look if you're interested in this kind of work on dinosaurs. Anywho, one more person and we'd have a hype train. The what? I'm sorry. Can you say that again? I didn't catch that, recovering chemist. The who? 13 months is pretty impressive, though. Holy cow. I'm sorry, the what? The what? The who? Recovering chemist, thank you for the 13 months of support. I appreciate that very much. Anyway, yeah. And random Zambi Generator says, do we think they were maybe like the American buffalo of their time, just everywhere all the time? It seems like it. Triceratops is the most common dinosaur in the Hell Creek Formation. And in the Lance Formation too, I think. They would have been all over the place. If you're spending more than a few hours prospecting in the Hell Creek Formation, you don't find multiple Triceratops, like, you're probably doing something wrong, you know? They are all over the place. Ooh, there is a... Oh. Lovely illustration right there. Herd of Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus, and Hell Creek snake, too. Oh, that is a lovely illustration there. I love that. Ha! Beautiful. Super cool dinosaurs.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Excellent. Thank you, Mind Shiny. 11 months, now at tier 2. Holy cow. Thank you for that. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho. And Gloomknife says, did Tyrannosaurus have feathers by any chance? We're not totally sure. They've been depicted with feathers in certain places, like in the Saurian game, which I would highly recommend. There's a feathered Tyrannosaur there. We do know that other members of Tyrannosauroidea, other members of this large family of dinosaurs, did have feathers. Critters like Eutyrannus, if Eutyrannus is indeed a Tyrannosaur. I actually wouldn't be shocked if it were an Allosauroid or something. But, it did have feathers. We've got fossil feathers on this critter. There we go. You can actually see some of the outlines of the feathers there around the caudal vertebrae. These filamentous, almost hair-like feathers show that this critter had feathers. And then we've got other Tyrannosaurs too, like Dailong and Guanlong. They had feathers also. So we know that some members of this larger group of dinosaurs definitely had feathers, but did T-Rex have feathers? We don't know yet. I kind of suspect that, here. I kind of suspect that they did have feathers when they were young, and maybe they would have lost them during ontogeny. Here we go. Let me find you a clip here. There we go.
But as the evening approaches, things start to change.
So there's a young T-Rex. The covering of,
The young T-Rex have been brought to an ideal training ground.
hair-like feathers, what we call proto-feathers.
Hatchling turtles are the perfect size.
Yeah. So see that, the kind of hair-like feathery coating? Now the adults don't have that in this series. They've got a little bit of kind of like bristly, feathery stuff going on. If you look right up close on the skin.
T-Rex are built for hunting large herbivores.
Here we go. You might be able to see that if we zoom in far enough.
T-Rex has the most powerful jaws in nature and can bite with the force of over 5 tons.
But it's almost like in the same way that an elephant has hair, you know? Elephants do have hair, but it's much more prominent when they're young, you know? It may have been the same way with dinosaurs like T-Rex. It's certainly a big enough animal that it probably wouldn't have needed those feathers for warmth or for temperature regulation in general. But maybe it did have some feathers as a display kind of a deal or something. We really don't know yet. There have been some small samples of T-Rex skin that have been discovered, but they're by no means covering the whole body or anything.
Playing tag with you, Iguanodon.
Vote for hype.
And thank you, Anga Hemaran. Thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate that. Yeah.
Anywho, there is some preserved Tyrannosaurus skin there. World's only fossils of T-Rex skin suggest it was covered in scales, not feathers, but this is not from the whole body, and we know from other kinds of dinosaurs, like Culindrodromeus, that certain parts of their bodies were scaly, and certain parts of their bodies were covered in feathers. So where did that patch of T-Rex skin come from on the body? We don't know. Does it mean that it didn't have feathers all over its body? Not necessarily. So yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a link to that press release from Science right there. Read about the T-Rex skin if you'd like. Yeah. And Ang Hammerand says, is there any reason to believe the world was more swampy? T-Rex et al. Were mostly swimmers, needing water to use buoyancy to hold up their immense weight? No. That's complete nonsense. And it's frustrating because there is like a crank science book that's become inexplicably kind of popular lately. It's called Too Big to Walk, The New Science of Dinosaurs by Brian J. Ford. Complete and utter nonsense. We've got so many different lines of evidence that show us that dinosaurs were terrestrial animals. Yes, some of them could swim, but they're not specifically adapted for swimming. They can swim in the same way that a horse can swim or an elephant can swim. You know, they weren't adapted for a semi-aquatic lifestyle like this, you know? It is like there's an old idea that some dinosaurs would have been too large to be able to hold up their bulk on land, and so they needed water to buoy up their, you know, their body mass. That's completely false, though. Not just looking at the skeletal anatomy of these animals, like all of these different adaptations they had for weight bearing, but also just looking at footprints, for crying out loud. We've got footprints of dinosaurs walking and running on dry land, all over the place. You know, to claim that they were too big to walk is like, you know, it's almost like that old canard about, you know, oh, bumblebees are their wings are too small for them to fly, according to some sort of physics calculation or something. So that means they must not be able to fly. It's the same kind of logic there, you know? Except even stupider, honestly. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah, I'm not mad at you, Ang Hammerand. I want to make that very clear. Thank you for asking an excellent question. And I'm sorry you heard about this online. There's a lot of nonsense on the internet, and oh boy. Let's look at the reviews for this, perhaps. 52 ratings. Oh boy. Ugh. And like, that's really frustrating. 3.4 out of 5 is the average? Ugh. Yeah. Anywho. Frustrating. Yeah. And let's see here. And Wing528 says the Bumblebee statement was not based on physics, just an offhand comment that went viral. That makes a lot of sense, actually, yeah. Yeah. Just thought it was an interesting question in line with feathers or scales. Anghammer. It is, yeah. Thanks for bringing it up. I appreciate it. Yeah. And many of those are paid reviews, astroturfers, etc. Yeah, Gay Hibiscus, yeah. I don't think it would be from Ken Ham in particular, but I don't know. People on the internet love conspiracy theories. The stupider the better. And this is certainly a stupid one. Oh boy. Yeah.
get rid of some of these tabs. And we'll get into talking about Camarasaurus, because today happens to be a special anniversary for that dinosaur. Yeah. But yeah. And there you go, activated complex. Yes, this is very true. Most of the, like, New York Times bestseller lines that you hear, that's when the publisher repurchases most of the books that are printed in order to get the book onto the New York Times bestseller list. The whole thing's just, it's a racket. Anyway, and Diagonal makes a good point too. There are lots of commonly repeated facts that are not true. Dogs' mouths are not especially clean. They're not. And the Inuit do not have hundreds of words for snow. Yep. I'm trying to think of another example of something like that that's like commonly held to be true, but it's absolutely not. There's the thing about like frogs boiling in a pot of water. Frogs are extraordinarily temperature-sensitive animals. Like, you can't get a frog to hold still for anything, usually. Let alone if you're starting to heat up the water underneath it. Anyway. A duck's quack does, in fact, echo. There you go, Rhacodactylus. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, boy.
So I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Holy cow, Hogan.
Amish Metal Quest
19 months and counting. Now at tier 3. Hogan, I really appreciate your ongoing support. It means a lot to me. Thank you for that, Hogan. Appreciate you. Yeah. And Random Zambi says, we have a lot of imaginative chaos agents in society. Yeah. Purveyors of BS, you might call them, too. There's a lot of them. Anyway. Yeah. And my thoughts on moss chops? Oh, the Dinocephalian gay hibiscus? It's a weird and interesting creature. It's got a fun name. Moss chops. 19 months, that's almost a year. It is, Hogan. Can you believe it? Holy cow. You know what else is almost a year? The amount of time that we've known about Camarasaurus. Rather, it's 145 years to the day. Camarasaurus, this lovely dinosaur, was first described on this very day, August 23rd, 2024. Let's find a clip of Camarasaurus from one of my favorite early 2000s dinosaur documentaries. And I'll play that for you.
Which grind.
Here we go. Excellent. And there you go, isolated, yeah. There's Camarasaurus. Beautiful. Anyway, here we go. Camarasaurus. And salamander, those are Araucaria trees, monkey puzzle trees. Yeah. Camarasaurus. What a beautiful animal. The most common dinosaur in the Morrison Formation. And there's Papa Jim right there. Jim, are you still in the chat right now? Let's get rid of those closed captions. Jim, there you are. Nice. And Ang Hammerand, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We are at this moment listening to the voice of Dr. Jim Kirkland, state paleontologist of Utah. Jim is also here in the chat right now. And I was working with Jim for 3 weeks out in Utah from mid-July to first part of August. August 8th, I think, is when we left. Anyway, it's Jim's birthday tomorrow, so happy 70th birthday to Jim Kirkland. Yep. Yeah.
Young and old animals.
So there's Jim right there. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Let's continue with our Camarasaurus. Which species of Camarasaurus is this supposed to be? Is it Grandis or Supremus or Lentus? And Snowball, hey, you have a great weekend too. Thanks for being here. Digital deck, we don't really know what sounds these guys would have made. It sounds plausible to me. But we don't really have great evidence for sauropods in particular for what sounds they would have made. This is lovely. This is why I'm showing you this clip. So Camarasaurus has got this lovely kind of boxy skull like this. The name Camarasaurus means chambered lizard because of these big fenestrae that you have there in the skull. We've got that right here in mind too. Here, I'll get it down so you can actually see. Don't worry about the light there. Yeah. So a big fenestrae. This is the nares right here. So the bony nostril. That doesn't mean that the animal's actual, like, nose hole, like, fleshy nostril was up here. It was probably closer to the end of the snout. There would have been, like, a fleshy tube extending to there. Then you've got the antorbital fenestra, and then the orbit. So the eyeball would be right here. Then you've got the postorbital fenestra here. Big, almost spoon-shaped teeth. These are not dinosaurs that would have chewed their food, as you'll see right here. Yeah, this is pretty contentious, but there's a general consensus forming that they didn't actually use gastroliths for digestion. Oliver Wings, who's one of the authors on our new dinosaur from Kyrgyzstan, that paper we looked at yesterday. I've done some work with him in the field before, and he's very much against the idea of gastroliths. He thinks that's completely unsupported for sauropods, that they didn't actually use stones in digestion like that. Yeah. And Isolated says, how would swallowing rocks help with digestion in animals? The idea is that there's this muscular gizzard in there, and that the rocks would tumble around inside, almost like, I don't know, a rock polisher or something like that, in order to help grind up the food. Given these dinosaurs didn't chew. They're just biting off chunks of vegetation and then swallowing it whole. Yeah, there are some critters that do have gastroliths. Like, some birds are known to do this. They'll actually swallow bits of grit and little stones and stuff like that, and tumble them around in their gizzards to help with digestion. But the evidence that sauropod dinosaurs did this is pretty scanty. Yeah. So Camarasaurus, this lovely dinosaur, was published on this very day in 1877, I believe. Let's take a look. Here we go. This is that particular publication here. And big shout out to Mike Taylor, sauropod researcher, for actually putting this online. From 1877, published by Edward Drinker Cope on a gigantic saurian from the Dakota epoch of Colorado. And you know what? Let's read through this with some old-timey music to go behind it, shall we? There we go. He says, "Not long since I was informed by the Superintendent of Public Schools of Fremont County, Colorado, Mr. O.W. Lucas, that he had discovered the bones of an enormous saurian at an outcrop of the rocks of the Dakota Group, not far from Canyon City. I encouraged him to proceed with the exploration and asked him to send some specimens which should explain the character of his discovery. One of the first objects sent is a fragmentary lower jaw of a carnivorous dinosaurian, which he found on the surface of the ground." And he talks about theropod here. Anyhow. Anyway, on to Camarasaurus. Many peculiarities are exhibited by the vertebrae of this species which are not described in saurians known up to the present time. Many of these would have been lost in less careful hands than those of Mr. Lucas, and science is much indebted to him for the preservation of many of the osseous walls and buttresses. In general, the external walls of the centra are thin, and the processes are composed of laminae united by narrow margins. The vertebrae are lighter in proportion to their bulk than in any air-breathing vertebrate. It's exactly what we were seeing there earlier, with those vertebrae being hollow and air-filled. What the total dimensions of this saurian are is not readily estimated without further data. 6 cervical vertebrae, the length of the one described, would give a neck of 10 feet in length. The femur, which I have not yet received, is stated by Mr. Lucas to be 6 feet in length. I hope ere long to be able to give a fuller account of this remarkable creature, which exceeds in its proportions any other land animal hitherto discovered, including the one found near Golden City by Professor Lakes."
Just taking a snipe at Marsh there, I think. Anyway, published August 23rd, 1877. Edward Drinker Cope. This was the first introduction to the world of Camarasaurus. Not accompanied by an illustration, just a short paper published in haste by old E.D. Cope. But it was today, August 23rd, 1877, that Camarasaurus first became a thing. And I think that's pretty neat. I love recognizing these little anniversaries like this. I think it's fun. And it's fun to think about how much dinosaur science has advanced in the time since then. I have here in the office I think the first ever illustration of Camarasaurus. I want to say it's here on the Wikipedia page too. There we go. Yeah. The earliest known skeletal reconstruction of a sauropod dinosaur. Camarus supremus by John A. Ryder, 1877. This is, Here we go. Kind of goofy looking, but there it is. The first time that a sauropod dinosaur skeleton was ever illustrated was in 1877, and it was Camarasaurus. Nowadays, we recognize the animal skeleton should look a lot more like, a lot more like this. Lovely. But they had limited information back then. A bit too straight, says Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, with, where did it go? There we go. This one, absolutely. Neck is too short, too straight. Oh, yeah. There we go. Much better. Yeah, and Random Zambi says, I like to think about the way past scientists were wrong and think we may be slightly less wrong today. What's the point of science? Is to become less wrong about the way that we look at the world, about the history of life on Earth, about whatever else we seek to study. We'll never know everything about everything. We'll always be a little bit wrong about just about everything, but the more that we learn, the fuller our understanding becomes. The less wrong we are. It is an ever-receding horizon that we're pursuing in science. It's a worthwhile pursuit. In Camarasaurus, the past 145 years, it's kind of demonstrated that. This is now recognized as the most common dinosaur in the Morrison Formation. Biology is much better understood than it was then. It's phylogenetic relationships. It's ecology. All of these things are hard-won. This knowledge doesn't come easy. To dig up a sauropod dinosaur in particular is a tremendous undertaking. It is so much work. But it's worth it. For what we can learn about the history of life on our planet. And our own place in that history. It gives us context that we wouldn't otherwise have. That's always worthwhile. Rhacodactylus, once again, with a lovely turn of phrase here. Huh. We want to understand nature, says Reiko, but nature is under no obligation to be understandable. Science is one great tool we have for making sense of things as best we can. I would argue it's the best tool we have. But yes, absolutely. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Now, Becoming less wrong could go on a t-shirt. I like that idea, Win528, yeah. And Rakadactylus says, I need you to read out my writings more often. It makes it sound like I know what I'm talking about. Be so self-deprecating, Rakadactylus. I got a lot of respect for you. Yeah, and we should talk about maybe collaborating on a paper at some point. I've got some ideas, some stuff that might dovetail nicely with both of our specialties. Rakadactylus is a fellow academic, by the way, for those of you not aware. Recently graduated with his PhD. So that's Dr. Rakadactylus to all of you. But yeah, if you'd have time for that, that'd be cool. I'm working on a bunch of different publications right now. I'm gonna have a whole volley of them coming out, hopefully around the beginning of next year. I'm excited. Yeah. I've got plenty of time. The job market stinks. Well, if it would make you a slightly more attractive job candidate to have some papers published with a paleontologist, I'd be thrilled to pursue that with you. Anyway, yeah. And Silphirian has got a quote from another doctor there. The more you read, the more things you will know. The more that you learn, the more places you'll go. I like that. It's a good Dr. Seuss quote. I like that one a lot. Yeah. Anyway, pad that resume, says Lenina. And Denau Wasser LUT, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Anywho, Camarasaurus. A cool dinosaur, and we've now known about it for 145 years, as of this very day. Little anniversary there. See if we can find any other, Camarasaurus videos. Let's see here. Here's another one with Brian Curtis from Fossil Crates. He's all over the place today.
Hi, I'm Dr. Brian Curtis with Fossil Crates. I'm one of the paleontologists here, and today I'm here to talk to you about one of my all-time favorite dinosaurs.
Teledon today. I love that, Random Zambi. I think that's great.
And most importantly,
Teledons
this is
really
the
cool.
famous baby Gammasaurus, CM11338.
Oh, hang on. Our 3D printer just finished. Holy cow. We've got our Majungasaurus lower jaw. The diaphysis and the, yeah, where the dentaries join up. Just finished. I'll go grab this in a second. But let's finish this up with Brian Curtis first.
This is the famous baby Gammasaurus, CM11338. It is the most complete sauropod ever discovered, missing, I believe, 3 bones. I'll have to put that on the screen and verify it. The animal was found at Dinosaur National Monument.
Yep.
Unbelievably great preservation. This wall mount plaque is just amazing, and it's at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History if you want to see the original fossils. This is a fantastic cast. And speaking of fantastic casts, in the September.
Anyway, so yeah, Brian Curtis produces some of these things as like casts that you can purchase and stuff. But yeah, there it is. It is, I've heard this before, the most complete sauropod skeleton ever found. I think that's true. It's pretty neat. Yeah. And you went to Dinosaur National Monument when you were 9. It is a very cool place. Here, let's find that VOD from when I was at Dinosaur National Monument. There we go.
That's what I think they were for. But I don't know, we need more work. We were talking about that yesterday, about how...
Here's me talking with,
the size of a soccer ball or
with
smaller.
Tish there.
And, I mean, that makes them even more remarkable because you've got an animal hatching out of an egg smaller than a soccer ball and growing to be the biggest thing that's ever walked on Earth.
And I would assume
It's
they would
incredible.
have had to grow pretty fast.
They
right?
definitely did, yeah.
So I don't know if I can show you the Camarasaurus
Exactly, yeah.
skeleton here, because I think that may have been in a spot where the
interested in is
the signal was really bad.
And so as the animal is walking,
Allosaurus.
this big muscle attaches from there to the tail, so the tail would swing back and forth. As the legs are swinging forward, it would kind of move the tail too, but they'd kind of help each other out. It's like an efficiency thing. So the swinging of the tail actually...
Anyhow, I've got another stream from here.
So there, Izzy asks if there could be more dinos.
Yeah, this is the second time I came through with audio.
Yeah. Built into the hillside here. It's just kind of, you know, in coexistence with the natural splendor around here rather than, you know, destroying it to build something. The surrounding shoot.
Yeah, the signal was really bad here in this corner of Quarry. I don't know if we... Yep.
This is gorgeous. On the... check this out.
So it's down there that the Camarasaurus skeleton is?
Now this...
Or else I would show it to you.
Plaster jacket over it. I think just to keep it from falling apart. I wonder if they're ever going to remove that or if they're just going to leave it here. It is a nice little, like, this demonstration of what a plaster jacket looks like in the field before we take it out of the ground.
Anyway.
Really incredible. Dinosaur National Monument is one of the most remarkable places in the country.
Anywho, if you want a link to that, here's the VOD. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Ugh. Cat saliva. Gross. Anyway, with that being said, I've got some stuff to do tonight. I just got a new bookcase that arrived, and I'm going to be installing that right here. Right there. For, I've run out of space for my books. So I'm going to be assembling this bookcase, and, taking some of these books off the floor where they belong, up on a shelf. So it's about time to wrap this thing up. Let's do that. Here we go. Let's throw an Archaeopteryx under our credits for today. And we'll find somebody to raid here. Let's see, who else is live right now? No science streams yet. So let's go right into Paleo stream. Joshua Knupe, paleo artist who also streams here on Twitch, he illustrated Abkarapkush, the new Matriacanthosaur we were talking about yesterday. So let's go see what he's up to and congratulate him on another brand new dinosaur. The first illustration ever that I've seen of this critter was done by him, and that's pretty exciting to be able to bring a new dinosaur to life through your own artistic talents. That's pretty awesome. I can see why he keeps getting commissioned to do these pieces. Man knows what he's doing. We're gonna go say hi to him and just kind of check things out there. Anyway, thank you everybody for another excellent stream. Everybody whose names just appeared in the credits, from those channels that rated in, to the moderators who kept this train on its tracks, to the followers, the cheerers, the subscribers, the gifters, everybody who's helped keep me here on the air, either through lurking quietly and keeping those viewership numbers up, or for contributing financially, or helping new people find the channel through raids, or for just, doing mod work. I appreciate each and every one of you. Hope you all have a wonderful weekend. I'll see you again on Monday. You take care of yourselves, and let's go check out Paleo stream. I'll see you there. Goodbye.